Mic check, mic check, mic check, mic check. Mic check, mic check, mic check, mic check. Mic check, mic check. You said the media volume low? Yeah, I got the music low. Let me know what it sounds like right now. It's a little loud. Okay, yeah, I just turned it up. I had it low at first.
Bring it down like.
I started it out low. What's good? What's good though? What's good? What's good? Jimmy McFly, what's good? One vibe. We about to get into this, man. I tell you what, while we wait on everybody to get in here, we're gonna finish up. Let's finish up the last little bit of testimony that she had from last night. We're still waiting on them to come in the courtroom right now. This is what it's looking like right now in the courtroom. I think they're going over a couple of motions. Yeah, I think they're going over a couple of motions right now to try to see what it is they're gonna put in and what they ain't. We just gonna wait for her to come up. We don't want to hear all that boring shit. We want to hear Fani get on their ass, or they get on Fani ass, whichever one. We don't give a damn. We just here for the entertainment. But let's go ahead and finish up her last little bit of testimony from yesterday while we wait on the rest of the testimony to start. Also, we'll go over a little bit of what's going on in the YSL trial. I think one of the lawyers are trying to pull out on the YSL trial. Y'all know that lawyer for that young dude? I think she's trying to get taken off of the case because she feel like she's not getting paid enough money. Oh, hold up, I got something playing. Okay, hold up, what I got playing. Okay. But yeah, I think that's what's going on. So let's finish up with her last little bit. I think there was only like 15 minutes left of her testifying yesterday. So let's finish that up real quick first. Y'all make sure to hit the like button on the way in.
Civil rights unit. And so they did what me is for what I call for this election interference case, a contract, but it was not filtered for this particular case. I do have a lawyer who does the.
Yeah, I got time today, so we're gonna cover a little bit of the YSL trial, and we're gonna finish covering whatever her testimony gonna be for the day.
Filter for this election interference case. When we're talking about filter the contract they had that neither one of them has any longer, I now have another lawyer that does that for me. It was only for
the public defender.
Police brutality cases. It's for what I call the, so when I first got to be the DA, I had, the whole unit was called anti-corruption. It dealt with both elections and police brutality cases. I actually took a trip to Houston and visited the district attorney in Houston. They divided their work up, and I thought the way she was doing it was better than me. And so I made a civil rights unit. And so they did what we would classify as civil rights cases. Those are specifically the police brutality cases. When I first took over, I was told Paul had not filtered 5 cases. That was a joke. It ended up being the 101 cases. They weren't filtered, which is why I hired 2 of them. Eventually we got it down enough that it was.
So if you don't know what's going on, if you missed last night's live, we went on ahead and covered a lot of this last night. We pretty much covered 95% of her testimony from last night. So what she's talking about right now is she's explaining to them the payment process of how everybody got paid, as far as like when she came into the DA office, how she assigned everything to her. Appreciate you steady grinding for that $4.99. She's pretty much showing, she's giving her recollection of how the payment system got put out, because what they're saying is the guy,
thank you for your patronage.
Wade, the guy that
Steady Grinding Wrench super chatted $4.99. Salute ears and the chat flexed biceps medium dark skin tone full score crossmark full score.
The money that was getting paid out to him, they're trying to ask her, was he capping some of the money he was supposed to be paying his partner? So that's kind of what's coming up right now, and that's kind of what she's talking about for the new people who might have missed last night's live. Yeah, like you said, one vibe. I didn't know this thing was gonna be interesting either. I checked it out yesterday evening. I started seeing some of what she was saying. I was like, oh hell nah, I gotta go take this to my people. I was keeping my ears to the streets. I wanted to see what she had to say. And yeah, it got real interesting, man. She was on fire yesterday. We got to see who Fani Willis really is. And she's spicy.
Was one of them. And then now I still have one lawyer that does it, but now I've been able to cut those cases down to like 30.
Can you tell me and help me understand what the purpose of the filter is?
Yes, sir. So what a filter is police officers make statements in the line of duty.
Salute, I'm just being me. I see you. Salute to the chat, man. Salute 421 TV. I'm just being me. Salute Steady Grinding. Power is knowledge. Mom Boss, I see you. Salute to you. Grand rising to everybody. Hope everybody having a good Friday. We're going to try to have a hell of a Friday. Let's get to this content, man. Ears to the streets in your area.
And you are not allowed as the prosecutor to know what those statements are if they're done in the furtherance of their employment. And in fact, if you know what those statements are, you're basically disqualified from the case. You can't have it anymore. So what our policy is, I think I pay them like a $50 flat fee. They pick the case up directly from the GBI because that's where those cases go to. And then what they are to do is to go through the entire file. So the body cam, which is important because sometimes they'll make a statement to their supervisor on body cam, in the police reports where they write things. If it would be easy if it was just some statement of the police officer, but what you find out is these statements are embedded in it. And so what your filter lawyer does is they go through it, they either redact it out electronically or they cross it out. And then once it is crossed out, then they provide it to my team, and then we're able to look at it. That was not being done appropriately when I became district attorney. I thought that it had only been, so Mr. Howard had some Chinese wall thing that I didn't think worked at all, where allegedly those cases were properly redacted. That ended up being a joke. And so the 5 cases really turned into, I'm not going to say all 101, but a vast majority. That is the work that Mr. Bradley and Mr. Campbell did for me. They did a really good job. All of those cases that we originally came with, they're done. Those cases they're not just done for Mr. Bradley and Mr. Campbell, they're done through my office. But obviously life is not stagnant. There have been new police cases. I do have a lawyer that is doing that work now. That doesn't work for me. That's same kind of deal. I have another lawyer that does filtering for this case, completely separate.
So in the same private office, you had a filter contract, then you had somebody else handling first appearances and so forth, and then you had a special prosecutor. Is that correct?
I'm just not. Ultimately, the answer to your question is
she will not just answer the question straight up, y'all. God damn, Fani, you starting to look like a liar. And you know what that does? That makes people look at the YSL trial a little funny. Because they were like, man, if you willing to get up here and lie and make up a whole bunch of stuff, it's like you've been making up a lot of stuff. Because you got up here and all the shit you trying to hide, you obviously trying to hide a lot of stuff. She will not just answer a question straight up. Yes or no?
yes, but I'm not sure that they did it at the same time. The first appearance contract was either $60 or $90. I don't know really how I convinced them to be able to take that, but I think because it was for such a short amount of time. And then I think I pay my filter lawyers, which I still don't know how I get away with, about $150 an hour. And I want you to understand, the AG pays special prosecutors $1,000 an hour. So I'm a tough negotiator. Paul was paying people up to $375 an hour.
She was pretty much robbing folks. The attorney general pays $1,000 an hour. She out here paying people $60 an hour, $150 an hour. The dude that she had to take the special case, her boo thing, I think she was paying him $250 an hour. So she using her coochie to get lower prices. Allegedly. I ain't fuck with these lawyers all type of way. Allegedly. She getting work done for the low. You gotta at least give Fani credit for that.
I won't pay anyone more than $250 is my max. I have a lot of lawyers a lot for what I have that work at $250, and I cap them every month. You can't go past a certain amount of hours.
Would you agree that if Mr. Wade and the 2 other gentlemen that were in his firm were splitting fees in equal thirds, would you agree that he would benefit from the tank contract and also from the other first appearance contract?
I would agree he would make money. Yeah, so to make money is a benefit.
Judge, that's all I got.
Mr. Durham, if you're still with us on.
So that nigga capping 2 ways. She give him the main contract and he distributed out to his dudes how he want to. That's why old boy over here snitching on him right now. That's exactly why old boy snitching on him right now. Think about how he did that man. That man getting a fat contract, and now he over here goddamn cutting him out the deal with a little piece of the pie. Can't be mad at him though. Like, bro, you should have fought the bitch too.
On Zoom.
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. McDougald.
I do have a couple, Your Honor, but it's a little awkward from back here. Do you want me to?
Yeah, why don't you go ahead and make your way up.
And just to remind y'all, we are finishing up the last little bit of the testimony from yesterday, and then we're going to get into the testimony from today. They haven't quite started yet for the day. This is what the courtroom looking like right now. So they're going over a couple of motions. So we're waiting for her to show her presence. And also we got the YSL trial that's going on right now. I'll show y'all what's going on with that. Pretty much in between recess, we'll switch over to different trials. So y'all make sure y'all hit the like button, man. That's what we coming in today with. We're gonna do some court hearing stuff. Later on, we'll get into some of the messy stuff that's going on in this sector. But for the most part, we definitely got to start right here with what's going on in the real world. So y'all hit the like button. Earz and Streetz in your area. Hey, you got a good point right there, Musso Bras. I think she keeping the rest of that budget. So we got 20 more minutes left in this testimony right here. And I'm going to try to let it play a little more, without doing a whole bunch of talking so we could get through it before the new testimony start up. And that way we don't have to review it. We could just listen to it in real time.
Good afternoon, Ms. Wills. How you doing?
I'm very well. How are you, Mr. McDougal? I think this is our first in-person meeting, correct?
Second.
Second? Well, I apologize for not remembering you more clear.
That's quite all right. I'm referring now to exhibit number 21,
Yes, sir.
which was your financial disclosure form for 2022.
Yes, sir.
And it has a question which requires you to disclose any gifts or favors from a single prohibited source in the aggregate amount of $100 or more. Do you see that?
I don't, but I believe
It
you.
would be on page 2 in the middle, paragraph number 3.
Yes.
And what is your understanding of a prohibited source for purposes of this form?
I believe there's some classification of somebody you don't have a personal relationship with that gives you $100.
All right, if you look under there at subparagraph 2, Romanet 2, it defines it as someone that you know or should know is seeking to do or is doing business with the county, correct?
Yes, but yes.
That includes Mr. Wade as of the date you filled out this form, correct?
Yes, but he never gave me a gift of $100 or more. The only thing that I would say maybe went over that, but I don't think it ever did, is if we went to dinner and my meal was $100, but I don't think I've ever eaten $100 worth of food at a restaurant, because I would not pay him back if we went to lunch or went to dinner. But trips, I paid him back for. I never thought about the money until y'all brought it up, and I would be less than honest that says I was giving him the money back because I was the district attorney. I didn't take gifts from him for a lot of personal reasons. Anyway, I did not take gifts from him.
And so your reason for not disclosing any gifts from Mr. Wade on exhibit number 21 is that the aggregate amount on a net basis was less than $100 in the year 2022. Is that correct?
I did not accept a gift of him of more than $100 in 2022. The one exception to that, because I want us to be clear, is we probably went out to eat multiple times in the year. If you're considering eating a meal, because we went out multiple times, that probably went to the level of more than $100. But if we're doing tit for tat like that, I probably paid for as many meals as he paid for. And so I did not receive any gifts from him.
The question on the form,
I understand the question.
aggregate in excess of $100, and your testimony is that you did not receive in the aggregate more than $100.
All right, Ms. McDougal, you can sit down now.
I don't believe she answered that question, Your Honor. She answered as to specific individual gifts.
And you're not listening to my answer either, so we're done.
Very well.
Okay, Mr. Rice. No further questions. Mr. Gillen.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
A few questions here. You saw the book here, Find Me the Votes. That was shown to you, correct?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would like to tender this as an exhibit, number 22.
Is that your copy?
It is.
All right, what exhibit is that going to be?
22.
All right.
I'm making the
Is that?
evidentiary contribution here to this. Now,
Well, I guess you're tendering it. Is it with the position of the state?
That object is the relevance at this point. There's no relevance at this point.
Mr. Gillen, are you using this to confront her with prior statements?
yes, Your Honor, and
Okay.
statements that she made concerning her concerning her financial situation and laying the foundation for that. And then she gave these interviews to the authors. And so this would document that, and ask her, get this in the record, ask her questions about it.
Well, we could mark it for impeachment purposes. I'm a little wary of entering an entire 300-page book because I don't know exactly what every single line, if it would pass hearsay or relevance or et cetera, et cetera. But I don't think it needs to be admitted as an actual evidence for the record for you to do what you need to do with it. So,
well, Your Honor, I understand. I just would.
It's marked as Exhibit 22, and we'll move from there.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, you were asked a little bit about this book before, correct?
I think Mrs. Merchant.
Ms. Merchant did.
Asked me some questions, yes.
And you gave about 6 interviews to the authors of this book in a sit-down?
No, sir.
You didn't?
No.
Was it?
She answered how many interviews she gave, in her opinion.
How many, in your opinion, do you believe you gave, and how long do they last?
2 to 3, maybe 20, 30 minutes.
So your testimony is at most, do you think that you gave maybe an hour to an hour and a half's interview to the authors of this book?
Oh, you mean in total?
In total, yeah.
Maybe, yeah. Anywhere between, definitely not more than 2-ish hours.
Okay. But you also were telling, when they were, the title of the book, of course, is A Hard-Charging Georgia Prosecutor, a Rogue President, and the Plot to Steal American Election. You've seen that.
Why is the title of the book relevant, sir?
And I had no...
And then I'm going to ask her whether or not that was the theme that they gave her when they talked with her.
What the thing gave her? What do you mean by that?
Well, because they were sat down and they told her why they were there to interview her.
And why does that matter?
Well, I think it matters because it shows what they want her to give her version of what her life story is. This is almost a life story of her. So that's why it's relevant. But if the court thinks it's not, then...
No, it could be relevant to your issue of the forensic misconduct that has been alleged and maybe some of the motives at play when it comes to forensic misconduct, but I'm not seeing, again, what we're here for today was the relationship and or any financial elements of it.
Correct. Well, I think it's clearly relevant to the forensic misconduct, also relevant to personal interest in terms of the finances.
I didn't make 10 cents off that book.
Pardon me?
I didn't make 10 cents off that book.
Should I ask whether you made any money?
Okay, I just...
Didn't ask whether you made any money.
Do you have any other statements that she hadn't already been confronted with by Mr. Merchant?
Well, other than I want to focus on when you were telling them about your financial straits and you were living kind of month to month, that is what your financial status was back in 2018 after your election.
Mr. Brown, we covered that at length. And you're at the end of the line. I'm sorry about that, but we've got to find new ground.
Well, let me move on to my point here. So the point is that what you're telling us is that you were in financial straits, but really that your testimony today is you had a cash hoard of maybe up to $10,000 in cash where you laid your head at night so that you would dip out and there would be no record of it, correct?
That's not what I'm telling you, sir. That's not at all what I'm telling you. What I'm telling you is that throughout the course of my life, I have always kept cash in my house. That cash has ranged from times, my father would probably be ashamed of this because he would say it should be more, but that cash at times has ranged from $500 to maybe $9,000, and he would be like, that is not what I told you to do. I've always had that amount of money. What I've told you is that when I travel, you do better negotiating when you travel. If you have cash, you go to get the cab. They say, oh, we're going to charge you $300 for the day. Well, I got American cash. Will you take it for $150? And so it's my practice to take money when I travel. We're not talking about a whole lot of money. We're going to the Bahamas. $1,500 in cash is in my pocket, or at the most $2,500. Belize was actually probably the most money I've ever taken, and it was taken because it was a big deal. My 50th birthday sucked. His 50th birthday, it sucked. It was terrible. No,
Your Honor,
and so
I'd like to get back to some questions here.
I'm trying to answer it.
The narrative.
It would help if we.
So let's move to the specific yes or no's here. Have you told us today that you would keep a cash hoard in your residence up to about $9,000? Yes or no?
And throughout the course of my adult life. And
yes or no? My bad, y'all. I had to go use the bathroom, so that's why I wasn't able to stop it. But yes or no, bitch? Yes or motherfucking no? Lying ass.
So let's even be more specific than that. Probably from the time...
Your Honor, I'm only asking for yes or no rather than...
And we have already covered this, so I don't need to get to that point. I know you're laying the foundation, but it's already been laid. So
yes.
The filibuster is here. I'm trying to move through the filibuster.
Yeah, but we're not talking about a lot of... And so it could be 2,000.
She acting like she on my wabbit trial, like you get to explain everything when you come in. Girl, you in court. You don't get to... These folks ask for a yes or no, and you want to get in there and tell your whole life story. It don't work like that.
1,000. It could be 1,500. It could be 7,500. It just depends on what you're doing at that time. What I'm telling you is when I traveled, I took cash. I find that when you travel, especially to foreign countries, the American dollar does well, and it's good to have cash. You can negotiate with the taxi driver, with the jet skis, And it's not a lot of money we're talking about.
Your Honor,
Okay,
we
understood,
need
Ms.
to,
Wells.
we need
Let's
to
get
cut
to-
off the.
let's get to a
internet
question,
now.
Mr. Gillen.
And so you have cash in your house, but you had a lien, a tax lien on your property, is that right?
I don't believe I had a tax lien on my property.
You didn't have a tax lien on your property?
You gotta talk up louder, Mr. Hunt.
Cumulative, Your
Okay,
Honor.
we already covered that, Mr. Gillen? I need new ground here.
I'm asking the question of, I'm trying to figure out how someone can have a tax
Then
lien,
ask that question.
but not use the money that they allegedly said they have.
Well, I think Ms. Merchant asked that exact same question. She said she didn't use the money to pay her tax lien. So what's your question that's new?
So I was going to build on that to say,
No more billing. It's already built.
all right,
It's the same way you pay a bill.
So just
It's a-
stop on it if you need to,
It's the
okay?
same way you owe a bill and go shopping.
well, now, have you ever used, did you say earlier that you used Cash App?
When I would pay Robin Bryant, I used Cash App.
He said the same way you would not pay your bills and go shopping. Well, yeah, see, white people, I mean, black folks, we know all about that. I don't know if these good white folks know about that. They might pay their bills first before they go shopping. So they might not can relate, you know what I'm saying, to that kind of irresponsibility.
What is Cash App for the record?
I didn't know that for the record. Let's keep going.
Well, so if you're paying Robin with Cash App, why aren't you paying?
Yeah, we live. We catching everything live. This is the ass end of the one that we was watching last night, and then we about to watch the new one that's going on right now. We waiting for Fani and Willis to show up to court, and we're gonna check out a little bit of the YSL also. So I think we got this one here. Got like it say 18 more minutes, but of course, you know, she's only gonna be up there for a couple of more minutes. I think she got probably like less than 10 more minutes up here.
Allegedly paying Mr.
There's no alleged here.
Why aren't you paying allegedly Mr. Wade with Cash App?
I don't think Mr. Wade does Cash App.
Did you ask him?
I think he's told me he doesn't do Cash App.
Okay, so that's the reason why you didn't use Cash App,
He's sitting next to me. I hand him the money.
because there would be a record in Cash App of your making payments, correct?
Yes, but I didn't think that I was making a record in a personal relationship.
Because when you're filing your, and I know that I'm going to move into this financial statement here, you were asked just a second ago about your non-disclosure form, or your disclosure form of an Exhibit 21, where we agree that Mr. Wade is a prohibited source, correct?
What I agree to is I don't believe he's giving me gifts. You would like to classify these trips as gifts, but I've always paid my fair share on these trips, so I did not look at them as gifts. I don't think that what this is disclosing, and they can tell me if they mean something different, I don't think it means that if you go to dinner with somebody over the course of a year and it gets to 100, you're supposed to report it. If my understanding of that is wrong, I've probably been to lunches with a couple of people that over the course of a year they paid, I paid.
Let me, prohibited source means,
We already went over this, Mr. Gillen. Mr. McDougal.
well, Your Honor, I have to lay the foundation here before I can follow up with my next question.
I don't know why you can't. You have to.
Well,
Sorry, the
okay,
questions have been made.
Then, your 2022 disclosure form did not list any of the thousands and thousands of dollars that Mr. Wade paid for on trips that you were on. Isn't that correct?
That's because Mr. Wade was paid that money back, or he was paid due to the fact that I bought the plane ticket or I paid for the hotel. There were never money that he gave me. That wasn't the nature of our relationship. You know, there's so many men, and Mr. Wade is one of them, where the nature of the relationship is they're just paying a woman. The nature of our relationship is...
Hold on. Did she just try to throw a little slick shot at old boy? Did she just try to throw a slick shot at her lover? Listen to what she just said. It's a lot of men, and Mr. Nathan is one of them.
Prohibited source means,
We already went over this, Mr. Gillen. Mr. McDougal.
well, Your Honor, I have to lay the foundation here before I can follow up with my next question.
I don't know why you can't. You have to.
Well,
Sorry, the
okay,
questions have been made.
Then, your 2022 disclosure form did not list any of the thousands and thousands of dollars that Mr. Wade paid for on trips that you were on. Isn't that correct?
That's because Mr. Wade was paid that money back, or he was paid due to the fact that I bought the plane ticket or I paid for the hotel. There were never money that he gave me. That wasn't the nature of our relationship. You know, there's so many men, and Mr. Wade is one of them, where the nature of the relationship is they're just paying a woman. The nature of our relationship is companionship and friendship. Despite the way people would like to paint certain women, it's just not true.
Final question. And not a single solitary document.
Yeah, she just threw a little slick shot, y'all. Yeah, she like shit. Yeah, all the bitches he used to, shit. He used to goddamn, flashing his money, and he being the breadwinner. Yeah, I was the bag. I just want the fuck. She just wanted a little dick, a little companionship. She didn't want no man. She just want to get, dick down every now and then. Hey, I mean, we gotta give it to Fani, man. She living the life of a lot of ATLians, ATLian women. Successful. They ain't got time for no man. They ain't got time to, cook, clean, be there emotionally and all that stuff like that. They out there bossing shit. And there ain't nothing wrong with it until you get old and you just want to settle down. And you just want somebody there that love you for you. Then it becomes a problem. But for the most part, shit, there ain't nothing wrong with it. Get your bag. Get your motherfucking bag. But you're gonna be rich and lonely. I guarantee you that. But go on, get your bag.
Piece of evidence showing that you have withdrawn the cash to pay him back.
Thank you, Mr. Gill.
That's not accurate.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. McCullough, on behalf of Mr. Floyd. All right, and Mr. Cromwell on behalf of Ms. Latham.
Great thing about coming last is most of your questions. I had one question, Ms. Wilson. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
In the time period between February of 2021 and January of 2022, while you were staying at the Yurdi Condo, did your father ever come and visit you during that time period at the Yurdi Condo?
He did not.
That's all I have. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Cross, I would imagine you have a number of topics to cover with Ms. Willis. It'll take more than 10 to 15 minutes?
I did.
Okay. Then I think we've reached a stopping point for today. And so, Ms. Willis, I'd ask you.
All right, so that was the stopping point of what they did the other day. So let's go ahead and see if they started for this morning. Let's see what they got going on right now. I don't really know what they got going on right now. Nah, they ain't got nothing going on just yet. Alright, so while we waiting on them to get their shit started in here, let's go bounce over here to the YSL trial. So yeah, this is something going on.
All right, Mr. Bossi.
Let's see what's going on in the YSL trial. So there was a recording that was played not yesterday, but the day before yesterday. And we're gonna listen to that recording, but let's see what's going on right now. And when we get to a resting point, then we'll go back to what happened yesterday in court.
Your client has filed a motion to withdraw his counsel pursuant to Rule 4.3 of the Uniform Superior Court Rules. I believe that, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, she is.
So somebody is filing a motion to withdraw his counsel. I think the young dude, him and old girl done worked out somewhere. He like, man, I don't want this lawyer no more. He got a public defender. He don't want the lawyer no more.
Is communicated that to or transmitted to her client, and I set this particular hearing to make this determination as to whether or not withdrawal is appropriate. So, if you wish to be heard at this point in time, madam.
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
And I'm going to mark the motion and the memorandum as the next court's exhibit in order, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
So Mr. Williams filed her motion to withdraw from the case. I filed a memorandum in support, really setting out the legal basis here. Mr. Williams isn't filing a motion to withdraw simply. She just doesn't want to be here anymore. The situation she's in has created a conflict of interest which needs to be resolved in some way, shape, or form.
Oh shit, my bad, y'all. I'm sitting here running my mouth on mute. God damn it. Damn it, y'all. I ain't even lit my blunt up yet. And I'm over here talking on mute. Damn, y'all, I gotta repeat everything I was just saying. Alright, I'll try to remember everything I was just saying. So pretty much, I think Buddy right here with the spiky hair, the young dude, I think he's already sentenced to a life sentence. He's not really even in the trial. Old girl is there. She's probably, we know Fani Willis out here paying people $50, $60 an hour from what she just said, right? She's out here paying folks $50, $60 an hour, $150 at the most. She told us that the Attorney General is out here paying people $1,000 an hour, right? The Attorney General out here paying people $1,000 an hour. Fani Willis out here shortchanging her black folks. Because you notice she got a lot of black folks that's working for her. Out here shortchanging these black folks, paying their ass $60 an hour. Maybe $150 if you really good. She paying a special prosecutor, a nigga to prosecute Trump, $150 an hour. But the Attorney General paying $1,000 an hour. So think about how much money that lady over there missing out on by representing this young dude. He already done pleaded guilty to a murder charge. So he ain't getting out. She gonna be in here for a year, possibly a year and a half, defending this dude, missing out on all that money. She trying to get the fuck out of there. That's my theory. That's my theory of what's going on right now. But let's see.
Our first witness, and possibly our only witness we're going to call, is going to Miss Omatayo Ali. Miss Glazer? Miss Glazer is here as her attorney. I had asked we invoke the rules. She's also been subpoenaed. Her position is she's the attorney. She stays in the courtroom, so we leave that to your honor.
Well, this is her counsel. Then she'll be exempt from the rule.
Yes, Your Honor.
Party. So okay, all right. So, is that the perverse witness you're going to call?
Yep, that's
okay,
it.
All right. Can we summon Miss Ali, please?
So I think the lady she's about to call up, they about to call the lead, somebody from the public defender office. So I think this lady that they about to call up, she the one that assigns everybody, you know, to their case and all that. So they got to hear from her, I guess. Or she got something to do with the case. I'm guessing, y'all. This literally just happening, so I'm just going off of my comprehension. Maybe y'all will hear something different.
I think so. Yes.
Fast forward past all the bullshit.
Face Deputy Ham to be sworn as a witness before you sit down. Good morning.
Damn, it must be cold in Atlanta. Is it cold in Atlanta right now? She coming in this bitch like it's snowing outside. What's the weather looking like in Atlanta right now, ATLians?
You raise my hand. Do you swear affirm testimony shall about the truth, the court, the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth forever? You may be seated. Can you state your first and last name? What's your phone number, please?
First name Omatayo, last name is Ali.
You spell both?
Spell it, please.
40, what's the temperature in Atlanta right now, bro?
Omotayyo. The last name is Ali with 2 L.
All right. Good morning, Miss Ali.
Good morning.
How are you today?
Good.
All right, so let me start. Most basic question, where are you employed? What is your position?
I'm the executive director for the Georgia Public Defender Council.
What does that mean?
I provide oversight for the state.
Oversight for the state for what?
Public defenders.
So she provide oversight for all the public defenders in the state of Georgia. Imagine that, a black woman being able to provide all the oversight for the public defenders in Georgia. Man, you gotta love ATL, man. Black judges, black lawyers, black oversight, black. Atlanta is the place for the black professional. You gotta give it to it. You gotta give it to Atlanta. You gotta give it up to Atlanta. But you can see why they're trying to, kind of, fuck up Atlanta. The game's running wild now. The corruption. Just like Chicago. Chicago was founded by a black man, and now look at it. Whenever you got all black, shit go all wrong. At least that's what it seemed like.
Okay, when you say public defenders, what is the scope of your duties?
Oversight. I provide all oversight for all the public defenders' offices.
Okay, so when you say oversight, would that include making sure that indigent defendants have attorneys?
Yes.
Would that include making sure that those attorneys are doing their jobs, being effective, all of those things?
Yes.
Okay. What about the operations, the money, who needs to be paid what throughout the entire agency? Is that you as well?
I do that.
Okay. With respect to this case, do you recall what the initial, not salary, but contract price was when trying to retain attorneys for this specific case?
Right before this case, it was $3,500.
Okay.
When I got in there, we doubled it to $7,500.
Okay. Why did you double it?
Because of the market, because of the Great Resignation, because we just wanted to pay our attorneys more.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did it?
So hold on. Are they only paying them $7,000 for the whole case, or $3,000 for? Now, yeah, that's robbery there. That's highway robbery. If this girl is only getting paid, the public defender is only getting paid $7,000 to sit here for a fucking year listening to this bullshit. She got to represent this man for a year for $7,000. Nigga, a person at McDonald's make more money than her. Hell nah, that ain't right. A motherfucker make minimum wage, make more than $7,000, and this case gonna last a year? Wow. She getting robbed. Yeah, get me the fuck off this case. This little nigga going to jail, fucking with me. No wonder she ain't got up and said shit. She ain't getting up saying shit. She like, fuck that nigga. Everything, hey, I ain't ejecting the shit. I ain't trying to prove, I ain't bringing no evidence to shit, nothing. No wonder she ain't doing nothing. Like, man, that's messed up. That's so messed up.
Have anything to do with the anticipated or expected amount of work?
Nah, she probably just kind of fresh out of college, you know, cause she looked pretty young. The girl over there that keep wearing the star jacket with the braids, and she's defending the young man with the spiky hair. She look like she ain't even in her 30s. What I said, I'm just being me. What I said? You said don't say that? What I said? Yeah, she fresh now. She fresh out of law school. She ain't even paid her loans back yet. And for the look at it, man, please, she just got, I mean, it might look good on her resume, but it's not gonna look good that she lost the case. This is a guaranteed L for her. This is a guaranteed L for who she defending.
Work that would be involved in this case?
That's been considered.
That was considered. Okay, so how, in that consideration, how did you figure? Well, if she was at the public defender's office, 5,000 for the year, the 5,000 per month through the year. Is that right? So you.
$55,000.
There we go.
And that's for a year.
Mr. Williams, she's on this case?
She's on this case. She paid $12 up front, double the contract. Some of the case was more complex than we had been considered.
That's
because of the market.
For this specific case? With respect to this case, do you recall what the initial, not salary, but contract price was when trying to retain attorneys for this specific case?
Right before this case, it was $3,500.
Okay.
When I got in there, we doubled it to $7,500.
Okay. Why did you double it?
Because of the market, because of the Great Resignation, because we just wanted to pay our attorneys more.
Okay. Did it have anything to do with the anticipated or expected amount of work that would be involved in this case?
That's been considered.
That was considered. Okay, so how, in that consideration, how did you figure out that $7,500 would be fair compensation?
It was for the initial case, cost of this case, right, what we gave for the contract. When we saw that the case was more complex than we anticipated, I doubled it and sent a letter to Ms. Williams and all the other attorneys that we were going to double it and we were looking for other funding sources to compensate them.
Okay.
As you must understand, everything is based on the budget, right? We can't just get money from anywhere. So between the time that we doubled the contract, we got a letter from Ms. Williams and she demanded $211,000. I believe at that time, $35,000 up front, $15 every month. Eventually, we settled for a contract of $55,000 a year. Every year that she's on this case, she will get $55,000.
$55,000? What in the whole fuck? I make more than that. Damn. For the whole year? So she getting like, what they say, $7,000 a month? So she getting like, you know what I'm saying? She get like a little bit over $1,500 a week. Maybe like $2,000 a week. Let's just say she got $2,000 a week. You gotta take out taxes too. Y'all gotta remember, Georgia taxes, what they 12%, 15%? So she getting $1,500, she getting $1,800 a week. She only bringing home about 14 of that. Trust me, I know. They gonna take about 5. If you making about $1,800 a week in Georgia, they gonna take damn near $500 a week. I promise you, I know this firsthand. I was doing the hospital in Atlanta. And goddamn, I know exactly what they gonna take in them tax. That's why I don't like to stay in Georgia. I love Florida. We ain't got no state taxes in Florida. So you get to keep about $150 more than what you would have kept if you was in Georgia.
Every year she's on this case?
Mm-hmm.
So, Mr. Williams, she be paid $5,000 this month for participation in the case?
So she's paid $5,000 a month until we cap $55,000.
There we go.
And that's for a year.
Oh, so she gonna get paid $5,500 to they cap $55,000. So that means 10 months. In 10 months, it's over for her. She get $5,000 a month for 10 months and it's over. Then after that, she ain't getting shit. Yeah, she getting robbed. As a lawyer, only making $5,000 a month. Yeah, you might as well switch over to goddamn waiting tables or something. You make more money than that. Just goddamn, you can make more money than that tricking, waiting tables. You tell somebody you're a lawyer, but you only making $55,000 a year, they gonna be like, what the fuck? Who you defending?
And then when we get to the anniversary of when we did the contract, we start all over again until we get $55,000. So up to date, we've paid her over $60,000 for this.
You say how they do that with no state taxes, how they pay for the roads and infrastructure in schools? They got special taxes for it. Sales taxes, they up sales taxes a little bit, and in Florida, you run through a lot of toll roads. So if you ever in Orlando, or if you're in Miami or somewhere like that, you'll notice that there's a lot of tolls. There's a lot of tolls. If you want to get somewhere fast, yeah, you got to pay those toll fees. Or you gon' every year when you go to get your tag, if you don't just get like an E-Pass sticker and just, you know, put money on the card throughout the year, you'll fuck around and go to the tag place to get your tag, and you gotta pay probably about $500 in tolls. Yeah, when I first moved here, I had to learn the hard way. So if you ever move to Florida and you start seeing them toll booths, you better go through there and pay that little $1.25, whatever it is that it say, because they just gonna let that shit pile up on your ass, and you gotta pay it when you get your tag. But don't be passing up those tolls when you're in Florida. They coming back for you.
This one case.
Okay, so you are going to continue paying her the $55,000 for the year, the $5,000 per month through the year. Is that right?
We're paying it, yes.
Okay.
Oh yeah, another way they pay for schools is the lottery money that people use, and the money that goes towards the lottery in Florida, that goes towards the school system. That goes towards that's what they use for school budgets. Lottery money. Toll the rest of the roads and infrastructure comes from toll money.
Do you think that's sufficient compensation for this case?
Objection, relevance.
Miss Ali is.
I'm going to overrule the objection on our answer.
It is.
It is.
$55,000 a year, every year for one single case. It is.
Okay. When you say one single case, that you've tried your own cases, correct? Not lately, but in the course of your 10 years as an attorney, you've tried cases, correct?
It's actually 34 years.
And you've tried cases in that number?
Yes, I have, yeah.
You actually were a supervisor at the public defender's office many years ago, correct?
I was.
Okay. And when you were a supervisor, it was best practice, if not required, to have a trial partner or two attorneys on a trial, correct?
Yes, but Ms. Williams was not. He's an independent contractor, and we signed a contract with her and revised the contract and added more to it when she threatened that she could not make a living. We revised it. We didn't want her to go to the line of profession that she alluded to. And so now we're paying $55,000 for this case every single year she's on this case.
Okay. That $55,000 just for one case.
I wonder if she could have just, it's like she had to take that. Do y'all think she had a choice? Do they like tell her, hey, you the one got to take this case? And when they give her this contract, she kind of can't really turn it down. Do y'all think that's the case? Because she could have just, I mean, why not just turn it down if that's not enough? Because she's saying that she can't make a living like that. Like, I'm confused. Did she just not have a choice at all? Yeah, I definitely want to know if what was her options, like if she would have denied it, like, hey, I ain't doing this bullshit. Y'all ain't paying me enough.
Though, you understand, you've experienced how intense trials are, correct?
Could be. Yes, ma'am.
It's a lot of work to be in a trial, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you're in a trial, when Mr. Williams is in a trial, if another judge in another county sets court, she can't just pause the trial and go there, right?
This is a contract that we signed with her, with Ms. Williams. This is a contractual issue, and what's in the best interest of the client. So it's not.
Okay, she's part of a firm, so she got to take whatever contract the firm get. I got you.
I'm not sure what other businesses she has. She should have known that before she signed the contract. But for us to read from GPDC, it's not even about the contract. It's about what's in the best interest of the client. I can't tell you what Ms. Williams does on a regular basis. But at the end of the day, what can we do for this client? That's all that matters.
Okay. Have you ever spoken with Mr. Ryan?
He's not our client. He belongs to Ms. Williams. Let me explain to you the rules of independent contracting.
Please.
If you're an independent contractor, you come with the tools of the trade, and you go away, and you do the work. We don't supervise you. The only reason why we're...
Hey, what's good, Lord King? Salute to you, brother. We just covering Fani Willis, man. We just covered her, but we going back to her. We waiting for the court to start on that, and we checking in on this YSL trial also.
Involved in this case is because Ms. Williams is asking to be removed again from the case. As you must understand, this is the second time. The first time she said, I really don't want to withdraw, I'm just lying to the court. And we didn't take that into any consideration because we have to do what's best for our client. And we're here again.
I know I don't understand, but then I'll overrule that objection, okay?
Damn, she just snitched on Shawty. Boy, it's a whole bunch of snitching going on in this motherfucking courtroom. But we just got a whole new snitch. She just said the first time she told the lady she was just lying because she just wanted to get off of the case. You wasn't supposed to come in here and say that shit to the courtroom. God damn, boy, I see the black people in Atlanta, boy, ain't got no kind of goddamn loyalty. Motherfucker snitch on you so goddamn fast, boy. That shit don't make no damn sense. She just came in here and just told a secret, boy. She just don't want to be on this damn case no more.
Because you don't have standing, sir. All right.
So we have made a contract. This is about Ms. Williams asking to be pulled out of her contract. We're paying for the contract that we made with her a few months ago.
Okay. A few months ago is when?
That will be, it's not even a year.
Okay. Close to a year though, right? March of last year is kind of when she first raised the issue, I need more money, correct?
Probably. I don't remember, but it's not a year.
Okay. But as a contractor, she does not have the same benefits and resources as someone who, say, works for the public defender's office, correct?
Help me with what benefits you're looking at.
Well, if she was at the public defender's office, it wouldn't matter whether she had other cases. In fact, she wouldn't have other cases because she would get a salary, the same salary, whether this case lasted 6 months or 6 years. She would be paid the same amount of money, correct?
That is true as an employee here.
Okay. And if she were with the public defender's office, she would have benefits, correct?
Yeah, but she doesn't work with the public defender's office. She's an independent contractor who signs a contract. And the first contract she signed, she came back and said it was not enough. We modified it and increased it tremendously to the tune of $55,000 a year.
So, I'm sorry,
Man, it's a good thing she didn't take that first one, boy. She'll really be getting robbed. So she wanted a new contract, they gave it to her. But they gave her a new contract that still didn't give her shit. Damn, but these folks play dirty.
Think that $55,000 a year is enough for her to support herself, her family? Objection relevant.
I'm an overrule objection.
I don't know what Ms. Williams needs. I just know as an attorney, she signs the contract.
Salute, Jersey. You say shout out to Georgia gun laws, no felonies. Hey, if you think Georgia gun laws need a shout out, you should come see Florida gun laws. As long as you ain't got no felony, you don't even need a gun license to carry around a gun in Florida.
And we offered, reviewed, and modified the contract so that we could protect the client. And and that's where we are. I'm not privy to what she does on a regular basis or what she needs.
Okay. Is $55,000 a year a proportionate amount of money for an attorney who is trying a high-profile case?
I wouldn't know. I've never been in private practice.
Well, I mean, in your opinion, is that...
She know the answer to this. You know damn well that ain't enough money for that girl to handle no high-profile case like this. It's not enough resources either.
Enough money? Objection, relevance?
I'm all over objection.
I don't even know that I can answer that question. What's enough? What's enough? Not enough? That's quite relative. What's enough for me? Is that enough for you? I don't know.
Okay.
I just know that this is a contract. She wants to come out of her contract, and I think you need to direct your questions to that. I have no idea what's adequate for Ms. Williams or not.
Okay, but the median pay that your agency offers for an attorney fresh out of law school, not trying a high-profile case, not qualified, for lack of a better term, to do that, that median pay is $56,858.62, correct?
I don't know that number is...
So coming straight out of law school, you're gonna get you'll get $3,000 more than what they're giving this woman. And that's just to try a regular case. Wow.
Correct. We have a hybrid system, so what county are you talking about? I'm not sure. I don't want to answer that question because I don't know that to be true.
Okay, you're not sure what the median pay advertised or on the job postings is?
It has a range.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when you talk about Mr. Williams and trying to get out of this contract, she sent you a letter on February 5th, 2024, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that request was asking you to review the current financial situation of the case and consider...
So she put this in February 5th, around the time they was having that break. Cause she like, man, this some bullshit. I'm at home bullshit. Somebody probably offered her a case where she can make some real money. And she like, man, I'm trying to get the hell up out of this. Yeah, it's a damn shame, one vibe. How they do their people, man.
A supplemental allocation, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so she didn't send you an email or a letter saying, I want to withdraw.
I'm not sure of the sequence of events. I think at the point she said...
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Have you shown it to Ms. Glazer already? You may approach the witness.
Thank you. Please review that.
If y'all experienced a little freezing real quick, that was just OBS kind of disconnected, but they reconnected back. So if it froze up on you real quick, that wasn't your shit. That was OBS.
Yourself, Mr. Holly?
Yeah, obviously she didn't read that contract. She a lawyer and didn't read the contract. You ain't have no lawyer friends to read that over for you? Because it looked like she could have just denied it. Oh, they're saying that Fani might not take the stand? Oh, damn. That's crazy. All right. We gonna see. Nah, yeah, it buffered out for a little second, knowledge power, because OBS disconnected me real quick. Well, we'll see if she gonna take it. If she ain't gonna take the stand, then we just probably, you know, I guess what we heard from her yesterday was the last little bit. I thought she was gonna come and finish up. But she wasn't supposed to take the stand yesterday. But she got so mad at what that prosecutor was saying, that made her come out the bushes. She was listening in the bushes in her office.
Okay. Having reviewed that...
I'm just being me. Are they saying she gonna take the stand on another day, or she ain't taking it no more, period?
Where in this letter does it say that she wants to withdraw?
Like I said, I don't know the sequence of events. I think there was another letter or some information that said she wanted to withdraw.
When?
I don't remember.
Where did that come from?
I don't know.
Okay, and didn't she send an email asking to try and talk about this and figure something out?
But we're not able to talk about it anymore. We have paid what we can pay for this case.
Okay, but you're saying she wanted to withdraw. The letter she sent you has nothing about withdrawing.
Well, if I make a mistake about how we're saying she wanted to withdraw, I thought there was a motion for withdrawal. But I'm dealing with 6-year officers. If that was a mistake, then I apologize. But
so then you just came up here and told a lie on that woman then. Because you just said she sent a letter trying to withdraw, and she told you that she didn't want to be on this case no more. She was just lying. Do you have any evidence to that, man? Or you just coming up here just saying shit?
If we're talking about this letter that you have in front of you, we're not able to discuss this any longer. The most we can pay for this case is $55,000 every year.
Why is that the most you can pay for this case?
Because that's what our budget will support.
Okay, when you say that's what your budget will support, what do you mean? I mean, surely you can rearrange things in your budget, right?
We're not able to. That's all we can pay for this case.
You're not able to rearrange anything at all?
We're not going to.
Everything, you're not going to, right?
We're not able to, Mr. Bassi. The most we can pay for this case, this is not the only independent contractor we have. We have hundreds and hundreds of them. We have a budget, and we have what we believe is reasonable. We have paid what we believe is reasonable. If Ms. Bassi cannot continue with the contract, then that's something the court will have to address. And for us, what we address after that is how to provide effective assistance of counsel for Ms. Williams. Let me share this with you. 6 months ago, when we saw that she was struggling, we asked for her to be removed so we could get someone else to do the case. She refused. We're back again 6 months later. Somewhere along the line, the welfare of this young man is in the balance. He's somebody's child that needs to be protected. We cannot keep going back and forth to...
Man, y'all don't... Stop trying to act like you give a damn about that young man. That young man already convicted. Okay, so as far as today, okay, cool. That young man already convicted. He already doing a life sentence. He just in there as extra.
When we can ask the taxpayers keep asking for more money, we're not able to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I want to, kind of 2 parts. It was a long answer. I want to make sure I ask my questions. When you said you requested or asked for her to be removed about 6 months ago, is that correct?
Shit, take some of the money out of the prosecutor budget. How much the prosecutor getting paid? How about that? How much y'all paying that prosecutor? Ask the prosecutor to get paid $55,000 a year and see how hard they work to try to convict somebody. How about that? Talking about you not going to pay.
That's correct.
Okay. Who did you ask?
We did a motion for that.
Okay, so a motion came before the court asking...
Well, she then decided to talk about it, and somehow a new contract came up, which was substantial with what she had before, and that's where the $55,000 came up.
Okay, what does that have to do with her asking to be removed 6 months ago?
Well, the reason why I said that, if 6 months ago she knew that she was not going to be able to continue with this case, I felt she should have withdrawn from this case at that time so that somebody else would be on this case to represent this young man. We're back again.
Okay. You felt she should have withdrawn 6 months ago, right?
I think she should have been removed from the case.
Look at old girl like, man, this bitch up here lying. She got that she up here lying. I'm just trying to get my coins type of look. Old girl ain't being able to get her braids done. She in Atlanta.
If she felt that she could not do it, but she's an independent contractor, she chose to stay on the case. We decided to increase the contract substantially.
Okay. So did you bring that motion before the court?
We never had an opportunity to do that, but she knew that we were asking her to withdraw from the case.
You mentioned all of this being in Mr. Ryan's best interest. Did you find out if he wanted a new attorney?
Well, you know what? You're right about that. I don't know anything about that, but I do know there was a time when Mr. Ryan asked her to be removed from the case as well.
Okay. Remember about how long ago that was?
So she ain't the only one asking to get removed from the case. Hell, somebody else trying to get up out of that bitch too. Y'all ain't paying these folks shit.
So that would be probably, and please help this memory, probably about around the same time, maybe 6 months to a year ago.
Salute, Moni Mo.
6 months to a year ago, Mr. Ryan wanted her removed.
I believe so, yes.
Okay, you believe so. Where does that belief come from?
It was actually in one of the court hearings. Would I have an opportunity to pull that if we need to?
Okay. I want to back way up because we kind of strayed away from my original question, which was about rearranging the budget. You are unable to find money from any other part of your budget to pay the attorney?
I would object, Your Honor. We're kind of outside of the scope of the motion at this point. The motion is for Mr. Williams to withdraw from the case. I don't know about getting into how state agency budgets has anything to do with that.
I'm going to overrule the objection. It has Sixth Amendment implications, so I'm going to allow her a little bit of latitude.
That's the most we're going to pay for this contract, Mr. Bassett.
Okay, so it's not that you can't, it's that you won't.
We have to abide by budget. We have to pay, put into consideration all the other costs and all the other issues that we have. The only important thing here is providing effective assistance of counsel to Mr. Ryan.
I agree.
And the question is, if we have to pay Ms. Williams, what she's demanding at that time, I think was $200 a year. This agency will not be able to do that.
Well, right now she's demanding to have a discussion, right?
That girl said she want $200 a year. Stop playing with her. She want $200 a year, and y'all paying this woman $55 a year. Boy, that's a big old gap. That's a big gap. You gotta at least get that woman $100. At least get that woman $100 a year now. Come on now.
That's what she has asked for.
We're not going to entertain that discussion anymore. We had one 6 months ago when she indicated that she really did not want to withdraw. She asked her co-counsel to lie for her. We don't know who we're dealing with. And so if at that point she didn't want to withdraw, now she wants to withdraw, and she sent a text and said, please don't help the judge make me withdraw. I just want to get more money. What are we dealing with here?
Who is her co-counsel?
She sent that text to all the other attorneys on the case.
Who's her co-counsel?
She sent the text to all the other attorneys.
So that's the other attorneys on the case, not Mr. Ryan's attorneys.
Okay, excuse my use of English language, I'm sorry.
Okay. About the budget, how much is the agency spending on social media?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
Oh shit. Yeah, let's see how much that budget's stretching out. How much y'all paying to these punk ass cops coming up here with that dumb shit? How much is your budget on social media? Yeah, you can't cut into that social media budget? How much of the budget going to the prosecutor? You can't cut into the prosecutor budget? How much going to the judge? Can you cut into his budget? Anybody in the courtroom willing to goddamn, if everybody in the courtroom willing to give this woman $2,000 out of their budget, y'all might can help this woman out.
I don't know. We don't spend money on social media. We have two communications people in-house who do communications for us.
So no Twitter or Instagram, anything like that?
We don't spend money on those.
No. So that wasn't in your 2023 budget proposal?
To spend money on Twitter?
For social media.
I don't recall asking for money on we hire communications people in-house, but we don't spend money on Twitter, Instagram.
Okay. What is the In the Trenches series?
Objection relevant.
Oh,
I'm all out, Ms. Glazer. Oh.
In the Trenches is our magazine that we have in-house, where we allow all our employees to talk to our constituents about what they do, and we do that in-house.
In the Trenches media, that sound like some real hood shit. That sound like the beef mixtapes or some shit. What you mean you keep that in-house? You got some hold on.
I'm sorry, it was a magazine?
It's a computer information about what we do. So we film employees. We go to different places and so we can feature our employees about what they do and how they do it. And it's an in-house thing. We don't. It's not. We do it ourselves.
Okay. It's not a magazine, though. It's a video series.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
You have to pay someone to take those videos, right?
No, we don't pay anyone to do the videos. Our employees, we do everything. We multitask. Everybody, we put in what we can just to make sure that the agency is run properly. But we don't pay anyone to do that. It's done by employees who have distinct and separate
If you have your employees do it, that means you're paying them. Employees are people that get paid. What the hell is she talking about? We don't pay anybody to do it. We have employees do it. That's people that you're paying.
Responsibilities. They just do that on the side for us. We don't pay.
Okay. Does the agency hire any sort of public relations firm or anything to provide that type of a service?
No, to do the In the Trenches? No.
No, just in general.
No, we've had contracts for communications before, but we typically use our own employees for everything that we do.
When have you had those contracts for communications?
Objections outside the scope of this motion, Your Honor.
I'm going to overrule your objection, madam.
I don't know what contract. I can't remember. I don't know which one you're talking about.
I don't either. What contracts have you had?
What contracts have I had?
I'm sorry, that was...
Wait. Sorry, madam. Objection basis?
Overly broad. What kind of contracts have the agency had?
I'll sustain this reform. You can rephrase, madam.
I agree. I'll withdraw that. What contracts as far as communications companies?
We sometimes, instead of hiring a full-time employee, we'll do short-term contracts. So we might have done one in the past so that we don't have to hire a full-time employee for communications.
Okay, so what contracts?
So we've done some in the past for maybe $25,000 for like 6 months, a year, and that saves us money because if we have to hire an employee with the state 69% benefits, that would cost us a lot of money. So we use short-term contracts so that we can save money.
Okay, how much have you spent on those contracts?
Maximum. For a year, we spent $45,000.
$45,000, okay. And you think that $45,000 is better spent on communications than, as you said, this young man who is someone's child? That's a better use of your finance?
Absolutely. We have to communicate with our employees. We have a statewide, I have a statewide responsibility, you must know. We used to work for the agency, right? We have a statewide responsibility, 60 offices all over the state. Somebody has to communicate. Okay. And so, but you know, if we didn't hire the $45,000, we'll be paying maybe $162.
Oh, In the Trenches is a YouTube channel? Oh, okay. I thought that was Trenches Media. Well, it could be another YouTube channel. I need to look up that In the Trenches. Hold on, let me look that up real quick.
200,000. So that's an attempt to save money.
Okay. So the budget you mentioned, you have to do a proposed budget to the legislature each year. Is that accurate?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. So you don't recall putting in your, I believe it's the 2023 budget, preparing for your future. There was a list of things you were doing for that, correct? GPDC is preparing for the future?
I don't recall that.
Okay. Would it help to see a copy of that budget proposal?
Okay.
Legislature.
I don't see it In the Trenches. I see Trenches News and, you know, pretty much Trenches News. I don't see it In the Trenches. Unless I just spelled it wrong. I see The Trenches and I see Trenches News, but I don't see
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may, madam.
All right, I'm going to have you scroll through this as you need to. I'm sorry, I didn't print the whole thing.
If you can print a copy for the purpose of the record, I'll include it.
Yes, Your Honor, I will. It is publicly available on the internet.
As the next court exhibit in order.
This is not a budget. This is a list of achievements that we've had that we were telling the legislators what we have done over the year. That's not a budget. We're not asking for money for that.
That wasn't a joint budget hearing?
It may be a joint budget hearing, but in the budget hearing, you tell the legislators what you have done so that they know the reason why they need to give you more money. Everything you're showing there is just a list of achievements. Then you want me to read some of it?
The one I've been interested in is you said, you know, you don't spend anything on social media. That is in your...
And we're not spending anything on social media. This is telling the legislators how we're preparing for the future. We're engaged in a pro bono and essential.
You're telling them that how you're going to gauge in the future is that you want to put a budget towards social media. You're telling these folks that you're spending, that you want to spend money on some shit that you ain't spending money on. Oh, Fani Daddy on the stand? Oh, yeah. Let's go check this out real quick. We'll come back to this. All right, let's check out Fani Daddy. Damn, where's the sound? Hold on, y'all. What the fuck wrong with they sound? That ain't my sound. That's they sound. Why they sound? Oh, okay. My bad. I got my...
Did Miss Willis have to move from her home?
Yes,
did get...
And get any kind of an update on how much time they think that those results are going to take. If it's more than an hour or two, I think we would want to start bringing him here, and he can have that follow-up consultation. And on...
Let me see what they talking about.
Is he, you know, without getting too much into the particulars, has he already been seen by the doctor and he's waiting for results, or is he still waiting to be seen by a doctor? I'm just, you know,
Both. He's been consulting with his doctor, and they're waiting for results.
and after he gets those results, he was supposed to have another meeting with them today as well. But potentially that meeting could occur later.
After they're able to
So who the white dude that came
to
up
figure
there?
out the purpose of the actual appointment.
Okay, if you can get any kind of an update on how much time they think that those results are going to take. If it's more than an hour or two, I think we would want to start bringing him here, and he can have that follow-up consultation later. All right, thank you, sir.
Did Your Honor want to take?
Hold on, let's see who this white dude is. Let's see who this white dude is real quick.
I do.
They proceeded. State is your full name for the court.
Roy Eugene Barnes.
Royeugene, Barnes, Barnes.
Say, good morning, Mr. Barnes. Can you tell the court a little bit about your background as it relates to your service in public service?
I was first elected to the state senate in 1974 from Cobb County, and I served 16 years there. And then in 1990, I ran for governor and was defeated. And 2 years later, I went back to the House of Representatives. I was elected to the House of Representatives and served 6 years till I was elected governor in 1998, and I served in that position till January of 2003.
And after serving in the position of governor, can you tell the court a little bit about what you transitioned into after your public service?
I did exactly what I was doing before. I was elected. I went back to practicing law in Marietta, Georgia, with my daughter, who's now a judge of the state court, and my son-in-law. And now we have, I think, 6 or 7 lawyers. Charlie Bailey back there was one of them at one time.
Okay. And Governor Barnes, would you consider yourself to be a trial lawyer?
Yes. We don't write contracts or we don't write wills. All we do is try cases.
And I want to direct your attention back to 2021, where you approached by the district attorney of Fulton County, Fani Willis, about being a special prosecutor.
I was. I don't recall the exact date, but I know it was sometime in 2021. And she asked me to come down, and I met with her and Nathan Wade, and there were several other in the meeting. She asked me, said they were beginning this investigation, and she asked me if I'd be interested in being special prosecutor, to which I replied that I had mouths to feed at a law office and that I would not do that. And also, I just had a...
Pretty much, bitch, you ain't paying enough. You can't pay enough for the white man. That's pretty much, bitch, you can't pay me enough to do work for a nigga. I ain't working for no nigga. That's what he told Fani. Not against no Trump. I ain't working against my people for you. Get the fuck out of my face. That's what he told her. Girl, you can get the fuck. I can tell you where you can get it. You can get the fuck out of my face. I'm not working against Trump for you. No.
Well, I won't say bad because it happens from time to time, but I just had the FBI to report a fella, a militia trainer, to me that said they were concerned that he was making threats against me. And because I thought it was because of the flag, but I asked him and he said, no, it was because I was too close to the Jews, quote unquote. And I told D.A. Willis I'd lived with bodyguards for 4 years and I didn't like it. And I wasn't going to live with bodyguards for the rest of my life.
So pretty much, he was scared. He wasn't trying to become the special prosecutor because he didn't want to have to go through the process of being threatened, having to live under bodyguards, and not making enough money at the same time while he going through all that bullshit. Yeah, man, you ain't about to have me goddamn going after Trump. Out of everybody, Trump tried to get his own vice president home. What you think he gonna do to him?
So ultimately, you turned down.
Yes. Yeah, I told her. I said, I'm not interested.
So pretty much, Fani has a valid excuse. Everybody else was scared of this shit. I just had to find a nigga that wasn't scared of this shit. She found somebody, she had to give a nigga some pussy for him to take the goddamn trial. For him to take on this case.
Nothing further from the state, Your Honor.
Ms. Murchie.
Ms.
Morning,
Murchie?
Governor Barnes.
Morning.
How are you?
Just fine. How are you?
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
You said it was sometime in 2021. Do you remember?
I think it
early?
was. I don't remember the dates. They all go. I could look it up on my calendar at the office, but I don't have that.
Well, I want to ask you about some statements that Ms. Willis made March 28th, 2021.
Oh, damn, my bad. I don't know if I had my mic off, but this shows that Fani came to him first. 2021, that means she came to him first. She came to him first before she hired him, whatever. So this kind of helps out Fani.
She was talking about assembling a team for this case. Are you familiar with her work assembling a team for this case?
Well, I assume that's what she was talking to me about. But besides that, I don't know anything.
And I know you had said you had a meeting with some folks and Mr. Wade was at that meeting?
Correct.
Okay. So he was with the district attorney interviewing you about taking this case?
Well, of course, I know Nathan very well, as you do.
Yes.
And I exchanged pleasantries with him, but the conversation was with Ms. Willis.
Okay, with Ms. Willis. Were you aware at the time that her team consisted of Brian Watkins, Megan Vargas, Sonia Allen, Shannon Trotty, Sal Chan, and John Floyd? She had reported that was her team on this case.
I know John Floyd was involved, and she probably told me the others, but listen, I barely remember what case I tried last year, much less every word that was said in the conversation.
I understand, fair enough. But she said she was looking to hire more lawyers and investigators to work on this case?
She told me, it was to me, she said, would you be interested in being special prosecutor in this case? And I gave the reply that I've already known. I mean, about hiring other lawyers or whatever, I don't know. All I can testify to is what she told me.
Did she tell you at all why she wanted to hire special counsel and not use someone who was an ADA, not have an actual employee?
No, she did not. I mean, we did not discuss that, and but I would assume it was because in a case as big as this that you'd have to have some assistant help. I know John Floyd has been in some cases over the years out in Cobb County, for example, and others.
Would you agree that an employee of her office, someone who was paid a state salary or a county salary as an ADA, could handle a case like this?
I couldn't tell you that unless I knew the person, knew their experience, and really had been with them in a courtroom to pass an opinion on that.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Sato.
Hello, Mr. Sadow.
It's been a while.
It has been a while.
I hope you're well.
I'm doing fine, just getting older, but that beats all turning.
That's true, but that applies to all of us, I believe.
Yes.
I think you indicated that if you had your calendar, you'd be able to pinpoint a date for it.
I would.
Is there a way for you, for example, at a break before you actually leave to contact your folks to see if you can get a date?
I guess I could. I don't know how far back we archived those, but I assume I could.
Would you be willing to give that a shot for us?
I mean, I'll do whatever the court instructs.
So if I ask the court and the court says, go ahead and you could do it, that's all right?
I'll do whatever the court instructs.
I hear you.
And you should too.
I try to live by those words. I'm not always successful, but I try. If I pinpoint a date, for example, I think the record is clear that Mr. Wade was hired for the position on November 1 of 2021. Does that help you at all?
No, it does not.
Okay. Then let's go to the meeting. It sounds like it was just one meeting.
Yes.
And could you tell us where that meeting took place, if you remember?
It was in the conference room adjacent to the district attorney's office.
So it was it in this, or the adjoining building?
It was in the Lewis Slayton building, yeah.
And District Attorney Willis was there, obviously, right?
Yes. Yes.
And Mr. Wade was there?
The best I recall, now I could be mistaken about that. It's like anything that far away, but that's my recollection.
Do you have a recollection of anyone else being present?
Yeah, there were some other folks, but I don't remember.
Do you remember, were you introduced to Mr. Wade by anything other than you already knew him? Was he given a title or anything?
I would have known him.
So at least as
trying to see if when they met, could he already figure that they were fucking? Did she introduce him as, hey, this my boo thing, this my man, this my... Did you see anything weird?
you're there, if I heard you correctly, Miss Willis did all the talking, Mr. Wade did not.
I mean, we exchanged pleasantries, but as far as the basis of the conversation, the reason I was there, Ms. Willis did the talking.
And would you be able to give us an estimate of how long this meeting lasted? Just rough.
Probably an hour.
Right. And during the meeting, you made it clear, but it was the thanks for the offer, but no thank you.
Oh, yes, I did. As I said, you know, I started off as a prosecutor, and for about 10 or 15 years, I did nothing but criminal. And then, but I've tried to move away from it and do primarily civil now. Mr. Gillen and I have done some white collar cases over in federal court. I've got one over there right now, but it's generally business related, you know, where I have a client that's got a kid or him getting indicted. And the case I have over there now is an alleged fraud case.
Fair to say that based on your career and the work that you've done, you've handled high profile cases, correct?
I have. I've handled some pretty good cases. I sued Syria one time for beheading a client of mine, recovered $83 million. So I guess that's the best high profile.
Boy, he just dropped a major flex. He said he sued Syria. He sued the whole damn country for beheading a client. And he said he got how much? I think he said $80 billion. Hold on. That's a big flex.
I've handled some pretty good cases. I sued Syria one time for beheading a client of mine.
For beheading a client of his.
Recovered $83 million.
$82 billion. So think about what his cut was, y'all. If he got $82 billion, what is a lawyer cut? Like a third of that? What is a third of $82 billion, y'all? But that boy got paid. That boy got paid.
I guess that's the best high profile, but that was in D.C. I tried that up in D.C.
And what would be considered complex cases, you've handled those.
40%? So that means he got what, like what? What's 40% of 50% of 82 is 41. So he probably got around about $30 billion. Shit. He at least got a B. God damn. Well, how can you sue a country doing their laws? Probably because it's against international law. Because the client, you know, is a wrongful death. Because his client probably was had diplomat immunity. That's probably how. And you got to realize every country is really a corporation. Every country is really a corporation. So, hey, he won.
As well, correct?
Yes, I mean we regularly do mass torts, class.
Yeah, that's why he told her no. Bitch, I'm sitting on a B. What the fuck I'm gonna come and do your bullshit ass $60 an hour, $100 an hour ass trial for? The fuck is you talking about, bitch? Do you recognize who I am? He's like, man, this nigga bitch tried me. The fuck? Bitch, I owned your parents. What the fuck I look like working for you? I never worked for a nigga when I just made $82 billion.
Actions, business torts, breach of contract, and most of those are complex, requiring many experts. We also do malpractice. I did malpractice defense for about 25 years, but since I've returned from the governor's office, I try not to represent an insurance company.
God damn, how old you is, motherfucker? So you did criminal for 15 years, then you practiced malpractice for 25 years, so that's 40 years in the game that this motherfucker been there. He's probably about to tell us he did, and he say he do silver right now. This motherfucker just named 40 years of practice. And done dropped that he done won an $80 billion lawsuit.
Anymore. And I just tried a malpractice case before Judge Edlin in November. And those are complex cases because of the type of, medical knowledge and that you have to have, and also because of the many experts that you have.
Thank you. Did Miss Willis, and this is the last question, did Miss Willis tell you why she had sought you, why you had been her choice?
Oh, he said million, 82 million. I could have swore he said 82 billion. But 82 million, that's still a nice chunk of change though. Cause he at least had to get about 25 million of that. Yeah, he at least had to get 25 million of that. Okay, my bad. I said billion. I thought he said billion.
No, I hadn't, but
I appreciate that skip drive, boss. I appreciate you keeping me on point.
I get consulted fairly often on major cases.
Would you believe, based on circumstances in which you were given the offer, that it had to do with the fact that you had handled complex and high-profile cases in the past?
It could have been. I know her very well. I tried a case against her. She worked for the JQC, and I represented Judge Robert Crawford, Mac Crawford, and she prosecuted him, and I defended him. She beat me at the trial. I turned it around at the Supreme Court.
So you had some experience with
her. I had plenty of experience with her.
So he done been going up against Fani his whole time. Fani been out here whipping on niggas though. Hey, she done whipped on him. That's why he didn't want to work for her, because Fani done whipped on him one time. So he got it turned around in the Supreme Court, but shit, Fani fucked him up in court.
She's a very qualified young, well, everybody's young to me, but she's a very qualified young.
After that one occasion, did you have any other contact with her in reference to the position itself or who she might be considering?
I had some conversations with her or Jeff DeSantis or some of those, but not really an in-depth, about who she should hire or anything like that.
Did the name Nathan Wade come up in those conversations with her? No, right?
No. Nathan was there, I thought. Now, I could be mistaken, but I thought Nathan was there when I was.
For the
I
conference.
think Nathan was. I'm positive Nathan was there when I met with him.
Right, and my question was probably poorly worded, but what I was asking is after the conference and whatever consulting you might have done.
Yes.
Did Miss Willis or Mr. DeSantis bring up the name Nathan Wade as a special prosecutor?
I don't think so. I don't recall one. I mean, Nathan is a good organizer. Nathan can organize stuff. I've watched him over the years. So I wasn't surprised that he was acting as a special prosecutor.
And Mr. DeSantis, for the record, who was...
Now, that definitely helps him out because a lot of people like to say that the man wasn't qualified. But here's a qualified lawyer saying, okay, yeah, that man is very organized. He is qualified. So that should help out to the credibility.
That Jeff DeSantis?
Jeff DeSantis.
Do you know who he is?
Oh, yes.
Could you tell us who he is for the record?
Jeff works in the DA's office. I knew him when he worked for Thurber Baker.
You know what his role in the DA's office is?
I have no earthly idea.
Is he in media? Does that sound familiar?
He has done media in the past. Jeff has generally been, I like Jeff, and I'm very close to him, but he's generally been on the other side of my campaigns.
All right, so we're talking, the best of your recollection, conference, we don't have the date, I'm asking if you could possibly get it, but the conference you have, Mr. Wade could have been there.
Yes, I'm almost sure he was there.
And Ms. Willis, obviously, and Mr. DeSantis was there.
I think Mr. DeSantis was too.
And as far as whether there was anyone else there, you don't have a present recollection?
No.
Okay.
Next time I'll take a picture, so I'll have an exact.
Next time, hopefully, you won't have to be here.
Well, hopefully not.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Mr. Stockton.
No questions, Governor. No questions for the governor, Ron.
I've been waiting for this for years.
I couldn't give up the chance getting up here, Governor. Good to see you again.
Good to see you, Craig.
We've done some work in the past together, haven't we?
I consider you to be one of my best friends and a crackerjack lawyer.
Well, I will say to you on the record.
I don't know now. Being organized, it do gotta have some kind of effect and qualification now. Because organizing that shit, it's a big part of it. That is somewhat of a qualification, but like I say, he did get a vouch for from an experienced lawyer.
Record that I can understand why they came to see you because you're the finest lawyer that I've ever worked with.
Thank you. I need to put you in the next day.
Yeah, there you go. We'll get that. But one or two more questions.
Okay.
You and I working together when it's appropriate. We've had no qualms about filing motions to disqualify the DA, have we?
No.
Matter of fact, you and I successfully disqualified the DA out in Cobb County in the Brown case, didn't we?
We did.
So whatever needs to be done should be done.
You represent your client.
You got that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Couture, are you still with us by Zoom?
I am.
Is it Mr. Cromwell?
I got it.
Can this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
And just
Let me sure I have this.
Well, let me try this first, Governor Barnes, before you do a deep dive in the email there. Okay.
So he's trying to find the email or exactly what.
All right, we'll ask this one.
So let's go to Fani Daddy. See what he's talking about. Let's see what Fani Daddy talking about. All right, here you go.
All right, thank you, sir.
Did Your Honor want to take up the 1.6 motion?
At this point, I think we've got something else that can occupy our time, and I think we need to move forward with that. All right.
They can call Mr. John Floyd.
Mr. Floyd, if you could have a seat, sir.
Oh no, this is the Floyd. I think this the Floyd dude. I think I heard them mention him as another lawyer, but let's see.
Thank you.
This well-funded testimony should be to the court will be this.
Unless they say Fani Daddy was a lawyer too. Was Fani Daddy a lawyer also?
You may be seated. Would you please state and spell your full name for the court?
My name is John Clifford Floyd III.
Say, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Can you tell the court, are you currently retired?
Yes, I am.
And prior to being retired, can you tell the court a little bit about, did you work in the legal career?
I was an attorney. I practiced law. I've probably tried 1,000 cases. About 50% of my practice was criminal law. 25% of it was family law. And the rest was whatever walked through the front door could pay for it.
Okay. And
1 second. I think governor's come back. He might have.
I do. My calendar shows it was October 26, 2021.
All right. And would defense counsel accept it as a stipulation, or Is there any follow-up questioning needed on that?
So October 26, 2021. So right after old boy turned down the contract, she hired Wade pretty much less than a month, a little bit less than a month later.
Mr. Barnes is still considered under oath on this point. All right, I'm just going to look for a show of hands or for someone to speak now on Zoom, and hearing none. Thank you, sir. You're excused.
And, sir, can you tell the court, are you from Atlanta?
No, I grew up in South Central Los Angeles. I spent most of my legal career, I would say, in Washington, D.C. was kind of the circle, but I've tried cases all over the country, and I tried the longest. I was the first lawyer to try an international criminal court. I was with the International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda. I was in trial there for 4.5 years. And
now that's a big flex too now. Okay, black man up here flexing, nigga. He trying trials all in Rwanda. Hey man, I should have became a lawyer, boy. These big bucks these niggas talking about. Big bucks and no whammies.
Arusha, Tanzania, and Hague in the Netherlands.
Okay. And when you weren't there, it sounds like your kind of center of gravity was Washington, D.C.
Correct, but I've tried cases in West Virginia, Maryland, Florida, California.
All
yes.
over.
Yes.
And do you, sir, can you tell the court, do you have any children?
I have one daughter, Fani Willis.
Okay.
Oh, okay, yeah, this is Fani Daddy. Nigga, Fani Daddy been out here, nigga, international with this shit. Why your daughter ain't got your last name? That might be her mate. That might be her husband's last name then. He got one daughter. This man had long money. I told you Fani grew up in a rich household. Her daddy was rich. That nigga was internationally known like Freddie Tiffany. Nigga from say what up? He did what he did the Rwanda case. Yeah, he did a Rwanda case, and he did something in Russia and the Netherlands, I think he said. So, watching your daughter become the lead prosecutor and the head of the DA in Atlanta, I guess that wasn't nothing new to him. It wasn't shocking to him because she grew up in a lawyer. She grew up in a lawyer take. Yeah, man, Double Take, that's one of my favorite movies, nigga. Freddie Tiffany. Internationally known Freddie Tiffany. That's Fani Daddy's, Fani Willis' daddy. Internationally known.
And I want to direct your attention back to 2019, okay?
Yes.
Back in 2019, can you tell the court, did you move here to Atlanta?
I was living in Johannesburg, South Africa. And unfortunately, for some reasons, I could not get an extended visa. When I retired from the practice of law in 2018, I moved to South Africa. And I had to leave South Africa, and I did then come to Atlanta.
Okay, and do you, sir, remember about the time?
Boy, that nigga had them move out of America. He didn't want shit to do with America no more. That boy say he moved to Johannesburg. He probably was living like a king over there. He probably was living like a king over there. And they got his ass up out of there.
Time period in 2019 when you moved in with your daughter here in Atlanta?
It would have been the spring or summer of 2019.
And after you moved here, did you get a driver's license to kind of confirm your residency in Atlanta?
Well, my driver's license for the District of Columbia was going to expire on my birthday, which is in October. And yes, I did get a license here in the state of Georgia.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yeah.
If people just take a look at what's been
Okay, Your Honor, would you, if you don't mind, my eyes are very bad, which is one of the reasons I retired, and so I need a magnifying glass, so I'll be
Whatever you
constantly.
need.
Thank you. Yes, I see it was issued on 9/28/2019.
Okay. So before we get there, do you recognize State's Exhibit 2?
Yes, just my driver's license.
And it states Exhibit 2 a fair and accurate copy of your physical driver's license.
Absolutely.
This time, Your Honor, the state would tender what's been marked as State's Exhibit 2 into evidence.
Seeing no other objections, is submitted. State's Exhibit 2 is submitted for the record.
Now, and for the record, Your Honor, the state is going to supplement State's Exhibit 2 with a redacted copy of the license. The current copy is not redacted with the address and things of that nature.
All right. And do we need to mark that differently in any way?
I will mark it as State's Exhibit 2A.
Perfect.
Now, you talked about when your driver's license was issued. Can you tell the court when was that driver's license here, your Georgia driver's license issued?
It was on 9/28/2019.
Okay, so September 28th, 2019. Now, when you moved into District Attorney Willis's home, who lived there?
Well, my daughter lived there. I lived there, and from time to time, my grandchildren would come.
Okay, and did your grandchildren, were they at school coming and going?
Exactly. I think they were in school in various jurisdictions.
And during the time, how long did you live at or with Miss Willis and at her home here in Fulton County?
She was forced to move after she was elected. I don't know if you want me to go through the whole thing, but that, Your Honor, if Your Honor will indulge me. After she was sworn in on January 1 of 2021. And on or about the 3rd of February, at probably 5:30 a.m. in the morning, there were people outside her house cursing and yelling and calling her the B word and the N word, and just, it was bizarre. Okay,
Sorry, pause, sir. Mr. Abani, here's the objection to you.
So damn, she hadn't even been 2 days on the job and they was already on her ass. She hadn't even been on the job for 2 damn days. They was already on her ass.
Well, I would say it's effect on listener. He was present while all of these things were occurring. But I can.
No, that's, and he's saying he was personally present to hear these things?
Yes.
Okay, overruled.
Okay, and fortunately, the neighbors called the police and disbanded the group, and it was just, it was just, I hadn't seen anything exactly like it before.
Okay, and after that happened, can you tell the court, did Miss Willis have to move from her home?
Yes, she was forced to leave.
Okay, and can you tell the court, after she was forced to leave, shortly after she was sworn in, did you remain at her home in Fulton County?
Yes, I stayed there really until 2022, I guess.
And from what you described, did you fear for her safety?
Absolutely. Not only did I do that, the South Fulton police, they brought somebody, a man with a dog, because there've been so many death threats. And they said they were going to blow up the house. They were going to kill her. They were going to kill me. They were going to kill my grandchildren. On and on and on. It just, it became, and I was concerned for her safety.
And after those concerns came to your attention, and after what you heard and saw that day, you remained at the house?
Yes.
And can you tell the court, with what you just described, why did you remain living at the district attorney's home here in Fulton County?
I don't see how this is relevant.
Mr. Bunny.
I believe it's relevant based on a lot of the questions that were asked yesterday of Ms. Willis as to about the security threat and the fact that It was implied that those threats were not necessary.
So now they don't want him to tell why he stayed there, but y'all asked the question yesterday, well, if you left, why your daddy stayed? Well, she said, well, y'all can ask him. Now when they asking him, they don't want to hear the shit.
Necessarily real in the sense that Mr. Floyd remained in the home. There were many questions about the fact that he remained and her children could still come and go to the house. I think it's relevant based to the testimony that was elicited from defense counsels yesterday.
Overruled.
Well, these
Salute on just being me. Have a great day at work.
South Fulton police, first they put a car in front of the house that was there permanently. A police car. That was thing one. Thing two, they brought a person with a dog sometimes more than once.
Well, he actually said she was forced to move also. He said he asked her to leave, but he also said she was forced to leave because of, all the threats. I think both of it could be true.
Twice a day, and they would circle the house to look for bombs. I knew that was a house that my daughter had worked for. It was a brand new house. She's the only one who had ever lived there. It's a 4-bedroom, brand new house. And somebody needed to protect the house. And I stayed there to basically take care of the house, to take care of the yard, to take care of that. Also, somebody sprayed, again, the B word and the N word on the house. And I don't think my daughter even knew that. I cleaned it off and called the police, and South Fulton police. They have, I'm sure, all the records of all the things that happened. And all of the neighbors, I notified all the neighbors to look out and to watch out. And it was so crazy. I mean, it was just so crazy. We'd have people would show up and park car. There was a guy parked for probably 8 hours out in front of the house. It was just, and we'd call the police and,
Now, at the time that you lived there with Miss Willis, and I guess even when you remained, so during the time period of 2019 to the end of 2020, are you aware if Miss Willis was dating someone?
Yeah, she did. She had a boyfriend when I first got there.
And did you meet her boyfriend?
Yeah, I met him often.
Okay, and did you know him by any specific nickname?
Yeah, Deuce.
Okay. And
Okay.
Can you tell the court?
Oh shit, nigga, she on some hood shit. She got a boyfriend named Deuce. She got a boyfriend named Deuce. Is that old boy?
While you were living there, how often would you see him?
Sometimes every day, sometimes, every other day. He was a disc jockey or something, and he had all this paraphernalia that I'd have to move out. There was a thing with the keyboard, things that play music and so forth and so on.
So Fani was fucking a DJ, y'all. Oh man, Fani been out here, boy. Fani been out here in the streets, my nigga. She been fucking dope boys, gang members, DJs, lawyers. Hey, Fani, I'm gonna tell you who Fani remind me of. Y'all ever seen How to Get Away with Murder? What her name is? Lola, what's that lady name that was on How to Get Away with Murder? The black lady. She's a great actor. She's a great actor. What's her name? I love that show. Yeah, that show is the shit. How to Get Away with Murder. But y'all seen how old girl was moving in that movie? Yeah, she was fucking. Old girl. Hey, knowledge power. Bruh, if you looking for a good ass series, go watch How to Get Away with Murder. That shit is fire, bruh. That shit fire. Old girl is good in that movie. But she a lawyer, but she fucking in that motherfucker. She just like Fani, man. Looking for love. She's Vola Davis. That's her name. She's a functioning alcoholic. A functioning alcoholic. And she fucking white men, black men. She don't give a damn. That's who Fani like Viola Davis, man. And I can't get away with How to Get Away with Murder. She had a disc jockey boyfriend. Her daddy probably mad as a mother. He said he had to get rid of all that nigga paraphernalia. Get this nigga up out of here, man. That nigga posted up in Fani's house and set up his DJ equipment, y'all. That nigga posted up in Fani's shit, nigga, and set up shop. That nigga probably had his Xbox or PlayStation 5 and that bitch and all that, nigga. All that shit. That one thing about it, Fani, boy, she don't discriminate. You ain't gotta be no lawyer or doctor or no high class nigga to get some of that Fani. Some of that Fani. You just gotta be she fuck with ordinary niggas. Yeah, she had a white husband and a couple of brothers on the side. Damn Fani.
Now, when you moved in 2019, and then
but that kind of helps her case though, because they was trying to say Fani was fucking old boy back in 2019, 2020, 2021. But this man is telling y'all that she had a boyfriend when he came. She had a disc jockey boyfriend. So that kind of helps her case.
throughout the years in year 2020, 2021, had you ever met someone named Nathan Wade?
I did not meet Nathan Wade until 2023, about a year ago, when a reporter by the name of Issakoff interviewed me. That was the first time I had met him.
You said that was in 2023?
2023, right.
And I know you said you hadn't met him until 2023, but when you were living at Miss Willis's house in Fulton County, did you ever meet Mr. Wade in the year 2019?
Absolutely not.
How about in the year 2020?
Absolutely not.
Did you ever see Mr. Wade at Miss Willis's Fulton County house in the year 2021?
Never.
And is it your testimony that the only time or the first time that you met Mr. Wade was in 2023?
Let me say something. Mr. Wade said that he remembers seeing me, and I do remember some banter. I'm a member of Kappa Alpha Psi fraternity, and there's kind of this thing that goes on between fraternities, and Mr. Wade is a member of Alpha Phi Alpha, and I do remember there was some kind of banter when my daughter was sworn in to be district attorney between me and a couple of guys, and he said he remembers me. I don't remember him.
Salute, lovely Givens. We over here doing the second part of the Fani Willis hearing, and we're looking at Fani Willis' father up here, who is a well-respected lawyer. And he's kind of, telling the truth about what's going on. They're trying to say Fani was messing with the Wade guy back in 2021, and the father is saying, no, I never met this man until 2023, and she had a boyfriend when I moved into her house in 2021, which is when they say that she was with old boy. So, he's up here speaking up for his daughter.
And prior to that experience,
look, he don't look bad for an 80-year-old man. 80-year-old man, he don't look bad. He don't look all, unhealthy.
that you're talking about, as well as, I guess, your official meeting in 2023, had you ever even heard his name?
No, never.
I don't think I have any further questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Merchant.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
So if she would introduce her daddy to a fucking disc jockey, why wouldn't she introduce her daddy to a lawyer if she's dating a lawyer? That don't make a lot of sense. That don't make a lot of sense. Ain't no problem, lovely, giving this is my pleasure. I love stuff like this. I love stuff like this. I wish I can, get more of an audience. I talk about this shit 24 hours a day. I'll go through every fucking case I can find. I just got to find an audience for it. But yeah, if she gonna introduce her daddy to a disc jockey, you think she wouldn't introduce her daddy to a lawyer?
Fine. How are you, counsel?
Good, thank you. Just got a couple questions. On Monday, we heard you were in California. Do you have a place in California?
People always ask me about where do I live. I guess I live right here, sitting in this seat right now. But yes, the answer is I have place in Los Angeles.
Okay, you do. All right. So do you share time or split time between Los Angeles and Georgia?
Actually, I'm working on a documentary film, and I'm supposed to be being filmed not for this trial, but I'm supposed to be being filmed right now. It was planned, and we had to stop it because they asked me to come here. But the answer is I'm working on a documentary.
Man, he over here trying to promote his documentary. Salute the goddamn daddy Fani.
And I'll be in California until I finish the documentary if we don't have another actor strike and we don't have another writer strike.
So do you own property in California?
No, I don't. I live with a friend of mine.
Live with a friend of yours. Okay.
Yeah.
And when did you first move?
He got him a little sugar baby out there. Yeah, he got him a little sugar baby out there in California. Talking about he lived with a friend of his. Yeah. We know what's up.
Well, let me qualify with the dates. Did you spend any time in 2019 in California?
No, and the reason I didn't is that when I first came here, the answer is no, I did not. What happened was COVID. Once COVID hit, I was just paralyzed. I couldn't go any place. I couldn't go anything. I mean, I'm a theater buff. I used to go to theater at least once a week. But when COVID hit, I just couldn't. I couldn't go to the dentist, which I need to do. Well, it was just a thing. So I was just stuck. I was just stuck there.
I may be wrong, but I believe COVID hit in 2020. So I was asking about 2019. In 2019, did you spend any time in California?
Before COVID was even here in the United States, remember I'd lived in South Africa and I've traveled the world. I knew COVID was coming before. I knew COVID was around before. They may have announced it in 20, but in fact, I knew about it and I knew what was happening in 19.
Okay.
Damn. So if you was coming from, he heard and got his ass, see, that's probably why he brought his ass back to America. He knew that COVID was on his way. And that's probably why they kicked him out of Africa. They were like, oh, hell no, you better get your ass up out of here. He got his ass up out of Africa, brought his ass back to America. And, he played it smart. Cause he probably would be dead right now if he was out and about.
Okay, so let's walk through 2019 then. You said you moved here in September. So
no, I didn't say that. I moved here probably prior to September. In September is when I got the driver's license. I probably moved in the springtime.
I'm sorry, you did. You said spring, summer. I see that in my notes. So spring, summer 2019 is when you moved here. So up until spring, summer 2019, where did you live?
Bitch, are you paying attention? I could tell you where the man lived at. The man lived in Johannesburg, Africa before that. Where the fuck was she at when the man answered the questions? See, this about to piss the man off. I can already tell. He about to say, motherfucker, I already said this. Watch what he say. To the people who are paying attention.
I lived in Johannesburg. Well, I lived in Washington, D.C., 2018. I had planned to retire for the rest of my life.
Okay, well, I was wrong, but pretty much he was in Johannesburg.
In South Africa. I had worked for Nelson Mandela and the Free Mandela and get that. And so
that boy said he was working for Nelson Mandela. Boy, go ahead with your bad self, man. Black man over here in America working for Nelson Mandela over there in fucking Africa. Salute, man. These black kings, man.
someone I'd gone to law school, he had located there after Mandela was freed from prison and became president. I was going to live there for the rest of my life, but unfortunately, because of political reasons, I could not stay in South Africa, and I was forced, in a sense, to come back to the United States.
So let's just focus in on the period from, let's just start with October 2019. Okay, we'll call that the relevant period. October 2019 until the end of 2019. Were you in Georgia every single day of that year?
Absolutely.
Okay. So now let's move to 2020. Okay. And every single day, before I move on, every single day in 2019, you slept at your daughter's house, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So let's start in 2020. All right. So 2020, the entire year, did you travel anywhere?
No.
You didn't travel at all that year?
No.
So,
and I didn't go to the movies, which upset me also.
So that entire year, 2020, you remained here in Georgia.
Right.
In 2021, did you do any traveling?
No.
So when did you move back, or when did you start this documentary film in Los Angeles?
What I had been doing to occupy time as I was writing my own memoir. As I delved into my family background, I discovered something, and that's what got me to working on the documentary. So I want you to understand what was going on in my life. I pitched I have a movie script called Bad Blood. I have a movie script I was trying to sell. So I tried to sell that, and I just happened to mention something that happened during the civil rights movement. SNCC, it's called the SNCC 5. The legendary Peter Fitzsimmons was interested, and so with Peter Fitzsimmons and Leah Smith, we're now doing the documentary. So
I don't want to interrupt you, but what I was asking was when you moved to Los Angeles, not what you moved there for.
Well, you keep saying moved. I haven't moved to Los Angeles. I spent more time in California, in Oakland, if you really want to just be, because Peter is basically San Francisco based. So we're working on the documentary.
Okay.
I was in Los Angeles because I was going to the Pan-African Film Festival. And that's why we were there. And the way Hollywood works is, when you make connections, and film festivals are a place to try to sell ideas and meet people and organize things.
You still own property in Washington, D.C., correct?
No, I don't.
You don't own property at 1467 Roxana Road Northwest?
That's where I used to live.
That's where you used to live. Did
Right.
you own that property?
Yes.
Okay. And you owned that property when you moved here in 2019?
Yes.
And you owned it in 2020, correct?
Well, now you talk about a very complicated issue. I left the property. There was a dispute between me, and I had gotten a reverse mortgage company. And there was a dispute between me and that. And I just, I walked away from it.
Okay. You walked away from it with almost $300,000?
Yeah, what is the relevance of that?
Where he lived and registered to vote. That's what they brought in. So that's.
Why is the money he got from a sale relevant at all?
It's the only proof I have of that he owned that address. So I can move on though. Okay. When did you sell that property?
I didn't. The reverse mortgage company took it.
Oh, okay. So in 2019, when you got your driver's license here,
yes,
the next day you registered to vote, correct?
I think it may have been the same day.
Yeah, he's starting to get in that little lane where he's not answering questions, and he's doing just like Fani. They ask him a question, then he go to explaining some shit that don't answer the question at the end of the day. It's that lawyer talk.
Okay, but maybe it was the next day. I don't remember.
But you didn't own property here in Georgia that day?
No, I was living with my daughter.
You said that you met Mr. Wade, that you remember you met in 2023, right? That was the first time you
Correct.
remember? Okay. And I wasn't really clear. You said something about meeting him. Was it with Mr. Isikoff, or did Mr. Isikoff tell you?
No, I was being interviewed by Mr. Isikoff.
Okay.
And he walked in, and I met him. That was the first time. He walked into the office, and
Where were you being interviewed?
at the district attorney's office.
And Mr. Wade walked into that interview?
Yes.
And So Ms. Willis had not told you about Mr. Wade prior to that.
Absolutely not.
So she didn't tell you anything about their relationship before you met him that day.
No.
She didn't want to tell her daddy, I'm just fucking. Daddy, I'm just fucking out here. Why would she tell him about the DJ but not tell him about the lawyer? There's something a little weird about that. She told her daddy about the DJ boyfriend but didn't tell him about the lawyer boyfriend. That's because she was thotting. She didn't want her daddy to know she was just thotting.
But Mr. Wade remembers meeting you in 2020?
He said that at my daughter's swearing in. I do remember that we having some banner about fraternities, but other than that.
Oh, at your daughter swearing in. Okay.
Right.
That's all I have. Just one moment, Judge. Nothing else. Thank you.
Morning, sir.
Good morning. How are you, counsel?
I'm fine. I'll try to ask you some specific questions if we could, okay?
And I'll give specific answers if I can.
Perfect.
Okay.
The driver's license address, I'm not going to publish. That is State's Exhibit number 2. But is the address on that driver's license the home that you're referring to as your daughter's in South Fulton?
Absolutely.
Okay. And it was unclear to me, maybe no one else, but it's unclear to me, when did you stop living at what I would call your daughter's home in South Fulton?
Things got so...
Hey, no wonder she knew so much about Young Thug. Because she grew up and she lived right in the same county where all the bullshit was going on. So every murder, everything that she was hearing about, she knew what was going on.
Bad, and threats got so many, even against me, that the house became basically uninhabitable. I got tired of sleeping in one room one day and one that.
So pretty much y'all got a house in Atlanta that y'all ain't even living in. Why don't y'all just sell the damn house? Rent it out, something?
Let's say December of 2022, something like that.
December of 2022.
Right, that's about right, yeah.
Now, let me change and go back for another date. You had indicated, and I didn't hear it, when was your daughter, Miss Willis, when was she sworn in as district attorney?
On January 1, 2020.
I'm going to let it play for a minute, y'all. I got to use the bathroom. Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button on y'all way in.
1.
Okay. And did you indicate that there was an incident, and I know you've described it, was that incident on February the 3rd, 2021?
That's my best recollection.
Okay. So my question then is, after February 3rd of 2021, how much longer did Miss Willis stay at the house before she moved somewhere else?
Very short period of time, and I cannot be precise, but I would bet all the money I ever made, it wasn't more than a month and a half, if that long.
Okay, so we're talking about, best of your recollection, end of February into the beginning of March, give or take, of 2021, when Miss Willis would have moved to a different location.
Exactly.
Okay. And did Miss Willis return to the house, that is the house that you were in, at any point in time that you can remember?
From time to time, she and her security might show up for her to pick something up or take something or something, but she always would come with her security.
Okay. My question was poorly worded, and I apologize. Did she come back permanently to her house?
Oh, absolutely not.
Okay,
absolutely not.
So as far as you're aware, that once Miss Willis left the house, her house, South Fulton House, so the record's clear, in either late February or into March of 2021, best of your recollection, she's not returned to that home to live.
No, it became uninhabitable. It just,
That's okay.
I would have to walk around that house looking out of every window. I made a habit of having to walk around the whole house. I got lights so that if somebody would come at night in the back, so that those kinds of, reflecting lights, I had those put up.
I don't mean to, again, to cut you off.
Okay.
All I was interested in is whether she had ever.
Man, they don't give a fuck about your safety, bruh. They don't give a damn about your safety. They give a damn about did she come? Did she not come? That's all they give a damn about. Damn all that important shit. They don't want to hear none of that shit.
Return.
No, the answer is no.
Okay. Now, when Miss Willis, when your daughter left the home, time period, end of February, beginning of March, give or take 2021, do you know where she moved to?
No, and I didn't want to know. I intentionally did not want to know, because I was not, if somebody stuck a gun to my head and I could tell them, I wasn't going to tell them anyway. I'd have made up something, but I didn't want to know.
Okay, so would it be fair to say that if you didn't want to know, you never visited her at the place that she moved to?
Oh, I never did.
Never did.
Never did.
Okay. Do you know how long she stayed at the first place that she went to
I was muted. My bad.
after she left her house before she moved to a second place?
What I know, and this is hearsay, counsel, is that my daughter has had to move something like 4 times.
But do you know any potential?
No, I don't know any place. I was taken one time for Christmas Day. I've only seen my daughter, and this is very hard for me to say, but during the period my daughter left, I've only seen my daughter 13 times. Because I can't, and we've never seen each other more than maybe 3 hours because of, the nightmare threats against her and me.
And I understand that, and from the perspective of being a father myself, I understand what that means. So I'm going to move away from that. I was just trying to get an idea of date-wise, okay? So let me try to get one more date. In 2023, when you were being interviewed by one of the gentlemen that wrote the book at the DA's office, and Mr. Wade came in, can you give us, other than 2023, what the date would be?
I'm sorry, I can't, counsel.
How about spring, summer? Any idea?
I would guess spring or summer, but I can't. Okay. I don't. I'm sorry.
And you've already indicated, at least to your recollection, that was the first time that you'd met Mr. Wade.
Absolutely.
Okay, I'm not arguing with you about that. I want to go to Miss Willis's boyfriend that you referenced. Okay, you met Miss Willis's boyfriend, as you've characterized it, when you came here in 2019.
Correct.
And you met him on one occasion, several occasions?
Oh, no, I saw him often.
Oh, so you mean there was no secret that she was dating this man?
Not from me.
Not from you.
And not, he was
can't tell your daddy you fucking a married man. Nah, you can't tell your daddy you fucking a married man. My bad, y'all. Yeah, you can't tell him you fucking. So I think he actually, I think that's probably why she never mentioned to him that, she was messing with the lawyer dude.
Jockey of some kind. I think he had a government job during the day. I don't know what it was, but apparently he would do weddings and so forth and so on. He was a disc jockey, play music. So he had all his stuff was always in the way, and I was always having to try to push it aside. And anyway.
But Miss Willis, your daughter didn't keep him from you, correct?
No.
No, I mean, there was no doubt
we lived in.
No, there was no doubt he was busting Fani cheeks up, was it? She loved that DJ nigga. She liked that DJ nigga for real, for real. She probably ain't really like the lawyer nigga. But she was fucking with the DJ nigga. She thought that was gonna be her man. Why else would she let her daddy move in and her man still be there. To the point you gotta move this nigga shit out the way. It's like, nah, daddy, this my daddy right here. You gonna have to move around. You came here out of the blue. She can't get rid of her nigga just, at the drop of a dime.
My daughter and I lived in the same house. I mean, he came and went,
Right. Now, when did you learn that your daughter had a romantic personal relationship with Mr. Wade?
Well, about 7 weeks ago when as a matter of fact, I just found out when other folks found out. Okay.
That is, your daughter, as I understand it, never.
So he just found out when other folks found out that his daughter was getting bust up, that she was a side piece. He just found out when everybody else found out about this whole thing. Now you in court right now, defending your daughter, her love life.
Never told you one time in the year of 2022 that she was dating Mr. Wade, correct?
That's correct.
And until recently, you didn't know from anyone, including your daughter, that she dated Mr. Wade, correct?
That's correct.
That is, whatever the relationship is between father and daughter, she kept that a secret from you, correct?
Correct.
That's all I need to know.
Mr. Stockton.
No.
As a daughter, that's the district attorney, and a father that's been a lawyer for no telling how long, probably 50 years. This man damn near 80 years old. So he probably done practiced law for about 40 something years. You know damn well they met up and had a little rehearsal about what need to be said. That man know exactly what to say. She was more fucked up on the stand than he is right now. She got emotional.
Good morning, Mr.
Good morning.
Floyd. Correct.
Yeah. Good morning, Counsel.
When your daughter moved or left the house that she owned, did she say anything to you about having a large savings of cash?
Oh shit! You want to get into that cash talk?
Oh no, no. See, maybe excuse me, and Your Honor, I'm not trying to be racist, okay?
Shit. He about to say some racist shit, y'all.
Watch closely. You're about to experience a nigga moment.
He about to say some racist shit. I guarantee it.
But it's a black thing, okay? I was trained.
It's a black thing. You can't convince these white folks it's a black thing to have money stashed. Not when all these broke ass niggas running around here goddamn spending their lives on Jordans and shit. It ain't no black thing, bro. It's a smart thing, but it ain't a black thing.
And most black folks, they hide cash or they keep cash.
That's that old school training though. Yeah, old school black folks, they used to keep the little shoe box. They'll keep something, hidden under the mattress, your grandma, your granddaddy. So, yeah, he 80 years old. He thinking shit still go like that. But nah, people ain't doing that shit. They ain't doing it no more. Niggas ain't saving shit no more. Every dime they got, if a nigga got $100 left over out their check, they going to buy something. They ain't saving that shit. They got an extra $100, they spending that shit. They spending it down to the last dime. That's the new niggas.
And I train, you always keep some cash because I've been places, and just because of the color of my skin, for example, I took a fellowship at Harvard when my daughter was.
Bro, you 80 years old, bro. You 80 years old. These folks ain't gonna motherfucker, they ain't gonna understand. They ain't even trying to understand. They ain't trying to comprehend what you talking about right now.
It's just if I might, Your Honor, if I might, when I was just, she was just, maybe 3 years old. And I remember going to a restaurant in Cambridge, Massachusetts.
Man, what's up with all these damn stories? Him and Fani, they get asked a simple ass question, and then they go to telling these long ass stories and shit. These white folk don't want to hear this shit. These white folk like, man, we asking you a question, bro. We don't need to hear y'all niggas slave stories and y'all motherfucking sympathy stories every time we ask y'all a question. Yeah, we see where she get it from. Telling these black card stories.
And I had a American Express credit card and maybe a Visa or whatever. And I had a lot of what they call traveler's checks. I don't even know if they still have traveler's checks, but traveler's checks. And there was a sign said, you know, with the credit card.
Damn, traveler check.
For whatever reasons, the man would not take my American Express credit card. So I pulled out my Visa card, and he wouldn't take my Visa card. So then I pulled out my traveler's checks. He said, we don't take checks. Now these were traveler's checks.
Man, this was back in 1965, bro. Was you this man telling a 1965 story? Your daughter ain't getting elected no more, cause they gonna feel like your daughter was raised by a motherfucking black racist, by a dude that, you know, he got fucked with so much that he taught your ass how to be one of those extra black women. Yeah, you can count your days, Fani. Go ahead and clear out your motherfucking desk. I mean, go ahead and clear out your desk. These folks ain't voting your ass back in. Only illegal money gets saved in the house? Yeah, pretty much. But, you know, back in the days, though, you know, them old school people, that's what they used to do, though. They did used to put a couple of dollars, you know what I'm saying, for stash, you know, just in case for the bullshit. Which everybody should have a couple of dollars to the side for emergencies.
This was money. I had a $10 bill. I'll never forget this as long as I live.
Here this nigga go with another damn story. This nigga got stories for days. I ain't lying.
And he said the bill.
He doing all this shit for the documentary. I bet some of this footage from this shit gonna be on his documentary. I'm going to watch his documentary. Now we know who this nigga is. He couldn't wait to come his ass in here in court.
For my wife at the time, Fani's mother, Fani, and myself was like $9.95, and I had a $10 bill. That was all that. I always remember that. But even before that, I've always kept cash, you know, and I've told my daughter, you keep 6 months worth of cash always. For example, I had 3 safes in my house. I put some of my clients' stuff there too, things I didn't want other lawyers to be, I mean, because you're always in a firm, and I knew that there were special conditions. So some of my clients' things I would bring home, put them in the...
Man, how did we get to this damn story, bro? How we keep getting to these motherfucking stories him and Fani keep telling? These folks asking these folks basic questions. These niggas keep going into these long ass stories and shit, man. These white folks don't want to hear all this shit. You just making a goddamn, what the lady call that do all the typing, the stenographer or whatever the fuck her name is, whatever they call her. You just making that lady do more typing, just all this extra typing and shit. Just talking about nothing. Come on now. I'm just calling it down the middle. I fuck with the black man, the black excellence and everything, but come on, bro. You doing too much.
Safe, but I've always kept safes. And as a matter of fact, I gave my daughter her first cash box and told her always keep some cash.
So is that a yes?
Yeah.
Hey, that white man say, God damn, after all that shit. So is that a yes, man? God damn, my nigga. All we needed was a yes or a no. This nigga told a whole fucking story. This nigga told a whole motherfucking story just to get it. So is that a yes? God damn. Let me get the fuck out of here, man. Y'all doing too much.
Oh, absolutely.
That's all I got, Judge.
That's all I got, Judge. Yeah, nigga held that white man up all that damn time. They know what they doing, man. That's all I got, Judge. Let me get the hell up out of here. This nigga want to take us down through all these motherfucking slave stories and shit. And white folk don't want to hear that shit.
Mr. Durham.
No questions.
Mr. McDougald. Thank you, Mr. Rice.
No questions, Your Honor.
Everybody like, hell no, we don't want to get caught talking to the goddamn old man that made it out of slavery and became an international goddamn lawyer. You don't want to get caught challenging this motherfucker. And Fani's still the district attorney. So you don't want to get looked at like you being disrespectful or playing with this man's intelligence. Fani still got a lot of power. Y'all still got to deal with it. Fani still done whooped a lot of y'all ass in that courtroom. Fani done put a goddamn beating on a lot of these folks in that courtroom. So they got to respect it. They got to respect these type of black folks. I get it to them. So that's why she show her ass when she want to.
Mr. Gillen.
It's still morning. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, counsel. How are you?
Just fine. Just a few questions following up. When you were talking about when you learned about Mr. Wade and your daughter, correct?
Correct.
Now, did your daughter tell you in around October of 2022 that she had gone on a Caribbean cruise with Mr. Wade to the Bahamas?
The answer is I knew that my daughter had gone, but I did not know who she went with or what the circumstances were. So I knew that she had gone out of town, but I didn't know with whom.
I see. And did she tell you in November of 2022 that she had gone to Aruba and stayed at a Hyatt Regency resort there in Aruba for 3 days with Mr. Wade? Did she tell you that?
The answer was, again, I knew she went out of town. I didn't even know where she went. I knew she was going out of town. She told me she was going out of town. I think she might have said she was going out of the country or something. She'd be going. But other than that, that was all.
Okay. And did she tell you in March of 2023 that she was going to Belize for several days with Mr. Wade?
It's the same answer, that I knew she would tell me she was going out of town, and she may or may not have told me where she was going, but she'd be gone for a couple of days.
Okay. Now, in 2023, you were in many days you would be out in California, correct?
Some days I'd be in California, correct.
Okay. Well, did she tell you in May of 2023 that she was traveling to Napa Valley with Mr. Wade, so maybe y'all could see each other when she visited California with Mr. Wade?
The answer is no.
And so the first time that you ever...
Yeah, when did I find out who what was? You said, when did you find out who it was? I forgot what I might have said, man. I'd have been on this blunt.
Met Mr. Wade or learned about Mr. Wade, to your recollection, was in 2023?
That's correct.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Kucherov. On Zoom.
Yes, Ron, just a couple quick questions. Good morning, sir. I know I can't see you.
I can't see you either, but
we can take a moment.
Good morning, counsel.
We take a moment. Let's just pause, see if we can change the screens to show Mr. Kucherov. Sorry.
Your Honor, I'm on a phone, so it's kind of difficult.
Can you turn your screen on though?
I'm trying to.
Work. Just to hold one more moment. All right, there we go. You can proceed, Mr. Kucherov.
Sir, you seem to know about the issue of cash in this transaction. You said it was a black thing. How did you know that?
He said it was a black thing. He got to breeze through that little bit. Hey, you seem to know about this cash. He said it's a black thing, but you know. That was kind of funny.
The cash was going to be an issue in this testimony.
Because I was asked for it and I was prepped by the lawyers and they asked me about it.
How did you know that the cash? Sir, you seem to know about the issue of cash in this transaction. You said it was a black thing. How did you know that the cash was going to be an issue in this testimony?
Because I was asked for it and I was prepped by the lawyers and they asked me about it. What else?
And did you speak with Mr. Wade about your testimony?
No.
Did you speak with your daughter about your testimony?
Come on, bro. Come on, bro. You can't sit there and do that long ass pause and say no. There's only one word you could say after this. This nigga took too long to answer that question. The fuck, nigga, answer the damn question.
She may have been present when the lawyers were. I really don't remember.
Nah.
If Mr. Wade and your daughter were dating, you wouldn't have known that unless your daughter told you.
What are you? Maybe I'm not understanding your question, counsel. So maybe
that ain't no question. That's a statement. That's why you ain't. But why you getting offended so quick? Calm down. International Freddie Tiffany. God damn, boy. See, he putting himself in the trick bag. He letting this dude trigger him. That's the same thing Fani did. They get offended when white folks ask them questions all kind of ways. I see that right now. That's what's been driving them to success. Beating the white man. Beating the white man. I think that's drove him to success, and it probably drove Fani to success also. Cause this nigga, it gets offended real quick.
you want to restate.
I know he 80 years old. He got to think about shit, but he answered all them other questions real snappy. When he got to that question, you're like, hold on. Did I talk to her before this trial? Nigga, you probably talked to her this morning.
What is it that you're asking me?
Yeah, if it wasn't clear, I can re-ask the question. I'll rephrase it.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
Wade,
please do.
If Mr. Wade and your daughter were dating, you wouldn't have known that unless your daughter told you.
I did not know that they were dating.
Damn. I wasn't expecting that. He said you wouldn't have known unless she would have told you. The question is, no, I would not know unless she.
You're talking about the cash. I didn't know that.
Unless she would have told you. But nah, this nigga done jumped to the cash. This nigga said, you talking about the cash. Hold on. Goddamn, International Freddie Tiffany, you fucking me up now. How you let this man trick you like this, man, International Freddie Tiffany? Hold up.
I can re-ask the question. I'll rephrase it.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
Wade,
please do.
If Mr. Wade and your daughter were dating, you wouldn't have known that unless your daughter told you.
I did not know that they were dating. And when were you talking about the cash? I didn't know that. I don't know what you're asking me. What I told my child from the time she was a child is always have some money. Always have some money. If you go on a date so that people don't try to stick you and you want to leave whoever, always keep some cash, okay?
Mr. Floyd, you answered the question that the attorneys prepped you for that. So that's all I wanted to know.
Anything else, Mr. Sheriff?
That's it, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Cromwell.
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Abadi?
Your Honor. Mr. Floyd, now, it wasn't common.
I think that dude really could have fucked with him some more. He could have put him really through a loop. He could have fucked with him some more, but out of respect, I think out of the respect that, they got to show for this dude, they done got a phone call or something like that, he had to let it go. Because he could have pressed him right there, in my opinion.
For your daughter to confide in you about her romantic life at all?
No, and I haven't confided in her about mine before when I had one, okay?
Hate him.
And you wouldn't have known about her boyfriend.
Hey, Debs.
Is that an objection?
I think that might have just been still off.
Oh, International Freddie Tiffany. You ever seen the movie Double Take with Eddie Griffin? Yeah. Freddie Tiffany. Go check that movie out. If you never seen that movie, that's probably that you go look at that movie. That'd be one of your favorite movies for the rest of your life. International Freddie Tiffany. Oh yeah.
Off mute.
Okay.
Let's keep going.
Now, you wouldn't have known about her boyfriend, the disc jockey, had you not been living with her, correct?
That's correct.
I'll allow overruled.
I have nothing further.
Did he answer the question?
Okay. He said that.
See, the reason he asked that question because I believe that got to be her defense lawyer because, just like she said, she don't discuss her private life with nobody. So he wouldn't known if he wasn't there. Yeah, go check out Double Take, man. It's an old movie, but that shit is crazy funny. Crazy funny. Orlando Jones and Eddie Griffin and Vivica Fox. That shit crazy funny.
All right, by show of hands, any redirect on those points only. Ms. Merchant.
I just wanted to when.
And the reason I'm calling him internationally known Freddie Tiffany is because when he was telling his attributes, he was saying how he's been working in Africa. I believe he said Rwanda, one of those countries or whatever, and he had been working on the case for 4 years over in Africa, and he's living over in Johannesburg, Africa. He's been working on cases, internationally. So I call him internationally known Freddie Tiffany.
When you were prepped by the lawyers, when this prep session was.
I just got off the plane on, Tuesday night? I think I was probably drooling at the mouth. I was so tired. So it must have been, I got in Wednesday. It must have been Wednesday.
Okay. And did you talk about any of the testimony from yesterday or watch any news reports or anything like that?
Oh, absolutely. You can't cut the TV on without seeing this. The first thing, and I listen to conservative radio a lot, and
he at least keeping it 100 though. A lot of people like, nah, I ain't looked at none of this shit. Man, fuck that. Hell nah, I seen this bullshit. Shit. He said he listened to conservative radio, but Fani is a Democrat, right?
Last night for 5 hours, all they talked about was this case.
So you were aware of what the testimony your daughter gave yesterday was?
Yeah, unless you don't cut the radio on, unless you don't cut the television on, unless you don't read the AJC or any other, the New York Times or whatever, which I do every day, yeah, of course.
So is it fair to say nobody instructed you that you were under the rule of sequestration?
Right, and I'm not under subpoena either.
Thank you.
Which is fair. He ain't under subpoena, and nobody said nothing about the rule of whatever the fuck she just said. Which mean you ain't supposed to be looking at the news and all that stuff like that, like if you was in a jury pool. The same rules don't apply. The same rules that they're going by right now don't apply in like a civil trial. I mean, not a civil trial, but criminal trial. This is just a hearing. They're just trying to see if they should be able to state if there's any reason that there's a conflict of interest for them to stay as the prosecution team for Donald Trump election interference.
All right.
What's good? Checking you, boo. Shout out.
Anything else? Seeing and hearing none. Thank you, Mr. Floyd.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. It's a pleasure to appear in front of Your Honor.
Take care.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay, so they pretty much done with the brother. I don't think they really got no progress about to be honest. They might have got more progress out of Fani yesterday than anything. But I don't really know what it is that's gonna go on. We'll see. I'll go back and check it out and I'll bring y'all some kind of results. So let's finish a little bit of this testimony. Let's see where this goes. See if it's anything interesting in here. If not, we definitely can go back and listen to the recorded audio that they played in court yesterday, and we'll be caught up for this week of the YSL trial. We just want to make sure we know the traction of it. We can't cover every single word of what they're gonna be talking about, but we can at least know the gist of how the trial going, and just keep a little temperature of what's going on. So when something exciting do happen, we already be right there on it. So here we are. We're back to the YSL trial. Remember, we have the lady that she is the public defender overseer. She is the Georgia public defender overseer. So she oversees the payroll and the assignments and the contracts and all that, throughout the public defenders. So I guess if a firm is assigned to a client or something, they might assign one of their apprentices or whatever like that. So, but even as a entry level apprentice straight out of college, I think they say that the pay is $58,000 a year. But this lady is getting paid $55,000 for this case, which is high profile, and it's gonna stretch out for what is believed to be more than a year. So she's gonna only get $55,000 for this whole year, and only could work this one case. And it's really like the person that she's defending. It's like it's almost a slap in the face. She's about to waste a year or two of her lawyer career pretty much going through this bullshit, defending a person that already got a life sentence. He just caught up in the RICO case, and you're a public defender. So yeah, this shit's been getting messy. This shit been messy in all kind of ways. But let's see what she's talking about, and we'll see how it goes. Let's speed it up a little.
Give us full blown assessment of GPDC operations. If that's what you're talking about, we didn't pay for that. We connect with clients and public defenders all over the world. We speak to our clients about their needs. It's highlights, as you can see, of how we're preparing for the future and what we have done in preparation. These are all achievements, actually. If you want to print it out, it's like about 4 pages of it.
Okay, and specifically listed on there is new web and social media presence, right?
That's what we have been able to achieve, but we didn't pay for it. It's done in-house.
Okay. So
but you putting it in your budget proposal. See what the lady pointing out to this woman right now is like, the money that you're claiming that you don't have enough to put into the lawyers, but you're putting money into social media. You're putting what it says $25,000 into a social media approach in your budget. But here it is, one of the public defenders on the case is only getting paid $55,000 a year. A year, y'all. They cap it off after they hit 55,000, and they're giving her $5,000 a month. So after 10 months, she gon', if the trial is still going on, say the trial go on for, let's say, 15 months, which is very probable and possible and probable. So she stopped getting paid after 10 months. So the last 4 to 6 months or whatever goes over 10 months, she'll be working for free. And she's only getting paid $5,000 a month right now. That ain't shit. That's before taxes. That's before taxes. So what her take home is what? Maybe $3,500. Every week she making a little bit over $1,000, $1,200, something around there, $1,300. Man, they got that lady fucked up. You out here defending a nigga fucking Rico shit? Man, please. Got this girl out here who's gonna be working for 2 years as a lawyer. She got all kind of lawyer bills and shit. Financial aid. I mean, student loans and shit that she gotta pay back. And all she gonna make is $1,300 a week for a year. Possibly, shit, they saying that the shit could take a year and a half. The way they keep bringing all these dumbass witnesses and shit, they ain't even got to the important part yet. These motherfuckers got 700 witnesses.
Never spent any money on any sort.
And that's what's going on right now. This lady filed a motion around February the 5th saying, hey man, get me out of this contract. So right now you got lawyers that's bringing in the overseer of the public defender's office. And I'm thinking about my words. They're bringing in the overseer of the public defender's office. This particular lawyer, she's trying to get off of this case. So now they got a whole court pretty much on whether this woman can break out of her contract or not, because this is the type of money that, and they're trying to act like they did her a favor because they was gonna pay her less. They was gonna pay her half of that. She was gonna get what it was, $3,000 a month, $3,500 a month, or something like that. They was gonna give her half of what she got, but when they seen the nature of the court, yeah, she demanded $200,000 for the year. Which that's, you know what I'm saying, depending on her skill level or how many, you know, her resume, that ain't something that shouldn't be considered. Or at least giving her $100 a year. At least giving a woman $100 a year, but come on, $55,000 a year to defend a nigga in a RICO case that might take a little over a year. Nah. When most cases only take a month or two, if that. As far as, you know, in court, most cases only take a week or two. Hell, the Y&W Miller case. That took like what, a little bit, probably about a month. But you got 6 defendants, so if you put a month on all of them, you know, you got all these witnesses. You're looking at least a year, 8 months, 9 months, 10 months.
Sort of marketing, for lack of a better word, or social media promotion, anything like that?
Once in a while, like I said to you, so that we don't have to employ a full-time employee, we will hire short-term contracts so that, $25,000 instead of $150,000. It's all about communications.
Okay. I guess I'm a little bit confused. How does this communications person, what do they do? What is that money getting you? I'm confused.
Objection. Relevance to this motion, Your Honor. We're getting very far afield.
I'm gonna allow it just a little bit longer. I'm gonna make an objection.
A communication person helps us to communicate with all our employees statewide. That's what they do.
They help them communicate with online employees statewide. I can see where that, you would need that done. You got to put together a budget of, some computer geeks that can keep up with the online employees, statewide, because, you're the district. I mean, if you're based in Atlanta and you're the overseer of public defenders through the whole state of Georgia. You know, you got all these little small towns like Brunswick, Georgia, and you the overseer of that, and somebody might have some questions, or they might have a case, you know, and have some situations going on where you just need somebody to be able to call in and get certain shit done. So I can buy what she's saying, the budget of the $25,000 been, you know, having a budget for pretty much your communications. So she might be barking up the wrong tree in my opinion.
For a big organization like ours to only have two, you must admit that we really try to not spend a lot of money on things we don't need, on things we can do ourselves. We're a big organization. We're statewide with 60 offices, and we only have two, actually 1.5.
Okay.
So communication is important.
Okay, so just none of that $45,000 could be reallocated.
To not have a communications person for the whole state?
Or other purposes within your agency, like representing people.
Well, we've paid for the representation. We've paid Ms. Williams $55,000 a year. By the end of this year, Ms. Williams would have made $110,000 from us. We think that's enough.
By the end of this year, how much will you have made?
Oh, okay. So at the end of this year, she'd have made $100,000. Okay, now that does change the situation a little bit. Does change it a little bit. But I think you could give her a little 50. I think you could throw her 50 more. At least 25. If y'all pay the 55 up front, give her the other 55 on the back end. I think that's what they're saying. They give you 55 up front, and then the other little bit come on the back end. But see, if she want to get out of this, she might have to get that money back. Oh, what's good, I roll Penny? Yeah, she might have to give the money that they gave her up front back. Cause I think that's what she did say. They gave her 55 up front, and then throughout the year, she gonna earn 55. So at the end of the year, she is gonna get 100. Now I think the first thing they offered to her was the 55 alone, but they doubled it up because of the nature of the case. But still, she's getting shortchanged. $100,000 ain't even enough. Not for a RICO case. But she asked for 200 out the gate. Maybe they could still at least meet her at 150. But she should be able to get that 200 from the state. Now, y'all see that follow-up question, though. She asked her how much money you made. This is an interesting question, y'all. I'm going to back this shit up just a little bit.
By the end of this year, Ms. Williams would have made $110,000 from us. We think that's enough.
By the end of this year, how much will you have made?
Objection, relevance.
No, I'll allow it.
Oh, no. But look at that face she made, y'all. How much money you would have made, ma'am? Look at that face she made, y'all. Look at it, y'all. Look at it. She sat right there and waited for that ejection, y'all. They forgot to eject, and they was about to make her answer that damn question. Watch, y'all. She about choked on that damn water when they said that.
We've paid Ms. Williams $55,000 a year. By the end of this year, Ms. Williams would have made $110,000 from us. We think that's enough.
By the end of this year, how much will you have made?
Objection, relevance.
No, I'll allow it.
She got the poop face. She got the poop face when she said that shit. He said he gonna allow it. He gonna allow it. He gonna allow the objection. Not overruled.
How much would I have made as the head of an agency?
Answer the question, ma'am. This wasn't no damn trick question. What a trick at? What a trick at? She acting like this is a trick question. And we don't need you to ask the question that, how much at the end of the year would you have made? Ma'am?
That's 60 offices wide.
Don't tell us what kind of work you had to do. The 60, now she talking about the 60 offices, which were making you walk, the 60 offices worldwide.
How much are you making when you walk?
She asked the question with a question. She say, how much you making when you work? Nah.
I said, hold up, wait a minute, something ain't right.
Something ain't right.
Watch closely. You're about to experience a nigga moment.
Got a nigga moment coming up, y'all. Got a nigga moment coming up.
$5,000 a year. By the end of this year, Ms. Willis would have made $110,000 from us. We think that's enough.
By the end of this year, how much will you have made?
Objection, relevance.
No, I'll allow it.
How much would I have made as the head of an agency that's 60 offices wide? How much are you making when you walk?
Ms. Ollie, that's not the answer to my question. How much will you have made by the end of the year?
I would have made 160 for the whole state of Georgia.
160?
What?
You gonna make 160? You ain't in here trying none of these trials. So she can't get 160, but you can get 160. Nah, you gotta come to court one day. You gotta come to court one day. Everything else you get to stay in the goddamn office and you get to hire somebody for $25,000 a year to do all the communicating. All you get to do is tell all these people, budget the money where this lawyer lady, this young lady that's coming in here ain't gonna have to show up for a whole year. First you try to offer her only $55,000. Then you get her with $100,000, 50 up front, 50 on the back end. She asked for 2. But you might have could have met her in the middle with a goddamn with 150 at least. Now we're finding out that you get paid more than the lawyer, and now you want to try to make it look like you just doing something so special. Well, I got with 60 offices worldwide. Nah, statewide, bitch. We ain't talking about the world. We talking about the state. You get 160. Hell nah. Hell nah. They about to have a public defender strike with this woman just saying that. There's about to be a public defender strike in the state of Georgia. I feel bad for all the niggas that got a public defender right now. Y'all niggas about to suffer. If you're out there doing crime right now, you better be saving your motherfucking dope money. You better be saving your robbery money. You better be doing smart crimes. Because if you go in there and you need a damn public defender right now, all them bitches about to go on strike because they just found out that the lady that's just the overseer of the contracts, sending out people contracts, offering them what they got to do as a firm to defend people who can't afford a lawyer. You're trying to intentionally underpay them while you make 160. You gonna make 160. Oh no. It's about to be an international public defender strike. And she just sparked it. They just fucked up the game. And she tried to change the question into a question. You know she fucked up when she did that.
How much would I have made as the head of an agency that's 60 offices wide? How much are you making where you work?
Casali, that's not the answer to my question.
And she laughed like that shit was funny. She thought she just told a funny joke that the whole courtroom gonna laugh at. Nah. We in a serious courtroom, man. That's not a answer. And nobody think it's funny. We talking about that money right about now. That scratch, that moolah.
How much will you have made by the end of the year?
I would have made 160 for the whole state of Georgia.
$168,173, is that right?
You forgot about those $8,000? She talking about I would make 160. No, you would make 168. So you round up to 170. Stop trying to play. Stop playing, girl. Stop playing. That white lady say, no, you would make 168. She read that shit out to the penny.
Bruh, look at this dude.
Man, she read that shit out to the penny. She tried to leave $8,000 out. Nah, but nah. You make 168. Hold on, let's see her front face when she seen that. You thirsty again? She wiped that smile right off her face.
To not have a communications person for the whole state?
I'm confused. How does this communications person, what do they do? What is that money getting you? I'm confused.
Objection. Relevance to this motion, Your Honor. We're getting very far afield.
I'm gonna allow it just a little bit longer. I'm gonna make an objection.
A communication person helps us to communicate with all our employees statewide. That's what they do. And for a big organization like ours to only have two, you must admit that we really try to not spend a lot of money on things we don't need, on things we can do ourselves. We're a big organization. We're statewide with 60 offices, and we only have two, actually 1.5.
Okay.
So communication is important.
Okay, so just none of that $45,000 could be reallocated.
To not have a communications person for the whole state?
Or other purposes within your agency, like representing people?
Well, we've paid for the representation. We've paid Ms. Williams $55,000 a year. By the end of this year, Ms. Williams will have made $110,000 from us.
Oh,
we think that's enough.
By the end of this year, how much will you have made?
Objection. Relevance.
No, I'll allow it.
How much would I have made as the head of an agency that's 60 offices wide? How much are you making where you work?
Casali, that's not the answer to my question. How much will you have made by the end of the year?
I would have made 160 for the whole state of Georgia.
$168,173, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And Ms.
And you forgot that $73 too. Bitch, you ain't slick. Yeah, you tried to leave out that $8,073. Bitch, every dime count.
Lacey here, she makes over 140, right?
And she's in 3 different positions. She is the communication.
And her homegirl making 140. She making 160 and her homegirl making 140. Y'all ain't trying no cases? Y'all should be around y'all should be around like the 60. Matter of fact, y'all should be making $55,000 a year. Y'all ain't gotta go to court. Y'all ain't gotta get all these papers together. Y'all motherfuckers go home at a certain time. Oh, believe me, the budget for Georgia about to get shuffled up just a little bit. Believe you me. Boy, this shit just got exposed. Boy, they about to shuffle up that shit. Bitch, you about to start getting paid 60. They might give you 65 to 70,000. They gonna your homegirl. She about to get 65 to 70,000. If that, no, she gonna get 50, 55,000 a week. That's all you work for. And you might can get some overtime, make about 13 to 1400. That's it. Bitch, you making, girl, she killing the game. 160, y'all? Do the math. What she getting paid to do her job? Talking about to operate all the 60. You ain't got to do shit with them folks. Them folks doing their own damn thing. All they got to do is report to you at the end of the day. You acting like you got to be in their office doing their work for them. Nah, they just report back to you. You would still be eating good for your job at $100,000 a year for your position. Or at least 125. I'll be nice. $125,000 for you. 90,000 for your homegirl. Now, guess what? That just freed up almost what, $40,000 to give towards that lawyer, to give towards a lawyer. And oh girl, if you take 40, that's $80,000 that you just freed up. Right. That's $80,000 that should be freed up. You getting overpaid, and the people doing the hard work, and the dragging and the sweating and tears. And guess what? All of these people in that room are lawyers. That judge was once a lawyer that was getting paid like old girl right now. Everybody in that room was once a lawyer, and they just heard this bullshit, finding out that the motherfucker, the overseer of the public defender office, all those public defenders that are working for pennies, everybody just heard that shit. Like, what the fuck? Oh, hell no. And she knew it as soon as they asked. Damn. It's about to be, I'm telling y'all, it's about to be a public defender strike unless they fix that shit. Y'all know how it is. You working with a motherfucker. Say you at work, and you know you do a lot of shit at work, and you know your boss, you might think your boss might make a little bit more than you, but fuck around and find out your boss making the kind of money a goddamn lawyer making. Hell nah. She is not a lawyer. If she was a lawyer or did some kind of law, that's different. But she is not a lawyer. You is not a lawyer, ma'am. Ain't no damn way you should be making more money than these folks in here goddamn trying a fucking RICO case.
She is overtraining. She is the counsel for the agency, and she is over litigation. Okay. 3 different responsibilities for that, for somebody who's been practicing law for that long.
Okay. And how do those things assist Mr. Ryan?
Mr. Ryan belongs to Ms. Williams. Ms. Williams is an independent contractor. I don't think I need to explain to you the rules of independent contract.
Did she say Mr. Ryan's belongs, Miss Williams belongs to Mr. Ryan's? Damn. I guess she works for Mr. Ryan's law firm. And, you know, this is what, I don't know, this the trickle down, I guess.
Independent contractors come with a tool. She has a contract. We're paying on the contract. She's going to make $110,000. That's all this agency will fund for that contract. And so at the end of the day, we are not going to increase that contract.
Okay, so you are responsible for resolving, providing attorneys who are conflict-free. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, if Ms. Williams comes to you, comes to you and says, look, I've got a problem. I'm not going to be able to continue handling this case because I can't afford it. I'm going to lose everything. Would you agree that is a conflict for her?
She's asking to breach.
Hey, they got a point. There's a conflict. if I'm fucked up and I ain't got a place to go lay my motherfucking head, I'm about to lose my car, lose my house, and all that shit there. Yeah, that's a conflict. I can't represent this nigga broke. I'm coming in this motherfucking goddamn, and goddamn, I had to catch the bus to get here. I don't want no motherfucker that had to catch the bus to get here to be defending me in no motherfucking RICO case. Hell nah. Especially depending on like how they pay. A lot of these firms might pay like, they might pay monthly. They might pay monthly. So you got to make it through the whole month off of, you know, what that'd be. What I said, she would make about $1,300 a week, 26. So about $5,200 a month. Shit, rent, man, please. Man, please. Shit, she making Earz money. Shit, she better have a man. Shit, I damn sure ain't about to sit in no court all this time that they sitting in the court, cause they might not pay them for all the days that they don't go in. Man, this shit here crazy.
Have contracts. That's all I know.
Okay, that wasn't my question, though.
Well, I can't understand your question.
Well,
if she comes to me and says I
then able to continue for resolving, well, providing attorneys who are conflict-free. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, if Ms. Williams comes to you, comes to you and says, look, I've got a problem. I'm not going to be able to continue handling this case because I can't afford it. I'm going to lose everything. Would you agree that is a conflict for her?
She's asking to breach her contracts. That's all I know.
Okay, that wasn't my question, though.
She said she's asking to breach the contract. That's all I know. I don't want to hear all this other shit. It's above my head. She is the guard dog for the state of Georgia, the Secretary of Treasury. She's the barrier of that money. They got a nigga that's protecting the money from the state of Georgia. See, who they need to be talking to right now is the Secretary of State. I mean, Treasury. And then, of course, they're going to sit on right back to this person here. But, ooh. Unfair wage practice. Because like somebody put in the chat, $82,000 is supposed to be the minimum. You know. So, I mean, they at least have to cough her up 82. But she's saying that the woman is getting 110. I don't even think that's true, though. I don't think they'll be here if she was getting 110.
Well, I can't understand your question. If she comes to me and says I can't continue because I have a conflict, I cannot go into the conflict that she has. The only thing I can deal with is whether...
Oh, shit. She done made old girl roll her damn eyes. Old girl about lost her damn eyeballs, boy. Look at that. Hold on. Sit. Watch it again.
Go into the conflict that she has. The only thing I can deal with is whether she's able to continue to represent this client. If she's not, then the agency has to take the next step to make sure that Mr. Ryan does have an effective someone who can provide effective assistance of counsel.
Okay, but it's actually in the statute, conflicts of interest 1712-22, that you are responsible for handling circumstances with conflicts, correct?
Not personal conflicts.
No, bitch, you supposed to handle any conflict. She talking about not personal conflicts. What you mean? You supposed to be doing this for the client. If a lawyer does not want to represent a client, don't sit here and force a lawyer to represent a client. If a lawyer got some kind of stuff going on, don't give me no lawyer that goddamn got shit going on in their personal life. I need a lawyer that's happy at home. That's crazy. You really in here in this courtroom telling a person that got their life on the line that you're gonna force a public defender on them. That's wild.
Is whether the person has a conflict that will not enable them to provide effective advice.
Oh yeah. We already went over the Fani part of it. Fani didn't come up on the trial. Her daddy did. I mean, her real daddy, not But so we went over that part of it. You got to check out the replay. So we over here on the YSL part now. They did a hearing because they're trying to. The young lady right there with the braids, she's trying to get off of this case because she's not getting paid, properly. She actually getting paid damn near, she getting paid $55,000 for the year. Now they say, I think they're trying to say they gave her 55 up front and she's getting 55 a year in payments. But they cap it off after 10 months. So pretty much after 10 months, she ain't getting no more money. So I don't know. I think she only getting 55 though. And then after 10 months, she don't get paid. They're giving her $5,000 a month. Which is fucked up.
1712-22 that you are responsible for handling circumstances with conflicts, correct?
Not personal conflicts. It's whether the person has a conflict that will not enable them to provide effective assistance of counsel for the client, whether they've represented the client. We're talking about legal conflict. We're not talking about what happened in her house in the morning or whether she's not able to do certain things at home. The code is talking about legal conflicts, not personal conflicts.
Okay. A conflict is a conflict, correct? Whether it's legal or it's personal, right?
I think in the context of a code,
So if she went out and, say, let's just say got in a car wreck, that's a conflict. That ain't got nothing to do with, something personal as far as like knowing somebody, but it's still a conflict. See, they gonna put this girl up at a situation of desperation. So what she gonna do is she gonna probably fuck around and get the phone number, old boy, start hollering at him. Shit. Creates a conflict of interest. She might, what I'm saying, she might not go that far, but she gonna fuck around and do something in desperation. They gonna push this young good girl to go bad. All this woman wanna do is be a successful lawyer. Make what she earned look like she's very young, just getting out of college. Possibly. I would believe so. She ain't made her bag yet, like all these other lawyers have. This is her entry level. She's doing her dirty work, but still got to make a living. And for the nature of this case, now any other case, cool. But for the nature of this case, for it to be going on and they talking about it's gonna be for a year or longer, nah, you shouldn't have to stick this person with that salary for that long. Nobody should have to be stuck with that salary for that long. Because even when you remove her, you still gotta, pay somebody, decent salary. So I think, they should hit off with another 50. Make sure that girl getting 140, 150, somewhere around there. And goddamn, let her ride out in the sun. That's fair. That money could come from somewhere. Shit, both of y'all bitches can trim off 50 grand off y'all salary right now. But I know it's a whole process though, so it ain't that easy.
I do, Your Honor. She's asking for Ms. Ali to draw a legal conclusion that's the basis of this argument. Okay. When you determine what is or is not a conflict that you need to address, do you take a look at the Georgia bar rules?
Yes.
Okay.
And then the crazy thing about it, let me tell you how much Fani talked too damn much, right? Because I know I ain't the only person caught this. Y'all notice how Fani came in there and pretty much told them folks in a whole separate case now. It ain't got nothing to do with this case. But Fani just told in her case how she lowballed all these contracts. Paying people $60 for $60 an hour, and you know what I'm saying? All the contracts she sent out for $60 an hour. Paying people, the AG paying people $1,000 an hour. She paying people this and this and that, this and that. Where all that money from the budget go? I bet they giving you more money. I bet they giving you a whole bunch of money for the budget. But when it come to distributing that money, all these people getting underpaid like a motherfucker, starving them out. If you don't take it, somebody gonna take it because somebody hungry. Having a government job is the best way I can imagine that a lawyer would be getting in the game of, you know, doing, defending, you know, people pro bono or, you know, through the process of a public defender. But most of the time when you're doing those type of public defender trials, those trials last a couple of days, maybe a week, 2 weeks at the most if it's something serious. You know what I'm saying? Like, the nature of this case, this might be this woman's first or second trial. This too much for this person. You need to give this to somebody that done made their money already. They about to retire. Old ass motherfucker. Out the door. A nigga that just, they done damn near exiled out the game, and he got something to prove. He done been a crackhead for 20 years, you know what I'm saying? And he just got his license back, and he ready to get back in the game type shit. My cousin Vinny type shit. That's the type nigga they need to go find for this type job, you know what I mean? Don't do this to this goddamn, to the young woman trying to, you know what I'm saying, get her feet wet. Don't do this to the young woman trying to get her feet wet, you know. Go find a jailhouse lawyer, you know what I mean? A nigga that just got out. Nigga that did 10 years in the Fed, got a lawyer license and shit. He done defend a couple of niggas, got a couple of niggas out and shit. He just need that big break. Gotta be a nigga out there. I'm telling you. Know it's a nigga out there that you know what I'm saying, he just need a break.
Miss Cross, let me check in. Was the state planning to call additional witnesses?
Oh shit, my bad, y'all. I'm on the wrong one.
Are you familiar with comment 1 point, the comment in rule 1.7 about loyalty to a client? You familiar with that?
Loyalty to a client? Mm-hmm. From the attorney?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay, so you would agree that a lawyer's loyalty to a client is impaired when a lawyer cannot consider, recommend, or carry out an appropriate course of action for the client because of the lawyer's other competing responsibilities or interests.
And
right?
that would be a question for Ms. Williams, not for me. She's the lawyer.
Right.
And to the extent that she does not think she can continue to do this case, then that's a question for the judge to determine whether she's going to be allowed to come out of this case. If the court determines that her personal issues are such that she cannot continue to provide for Mr. Ryan, even though her contract says that her representation goes beyond any termination, that's the judge's. It's not for me. The judge makes that decision. When the judge makes that decision, then it comes back to us to see how Mr. Ryan is going to have effective assistance of counsel.
Okay. So she is the best person to say whether she has a conflict, right? We agree on that?
She's an independent contractor. I don't supervise her. We don't supervise independent contractors.
They just saying, yeah, she can drop the contract. She just gonna be in breach of contract. That's all they saying. They ain't making no exception. Because then that opens up a door to all the lawyers that want to get out of contracts that they already in, you know, after these folks done finessed them. And they looking like, the way they looking at it like, shit, nigga, you already finessed. They ain't no, you know, getting unfinessed. You finesse, my nigga. Just because one person realized they got finesse, now I mean all y'all other niggas try to come back and get unfinessed. It ain't working like that. Y'all done with. It's a wrap. Dope sold money fold.
They come, we give them the case, and she comes with the tools. She told us she had the tools to do this case.
Okay. Told us she had the tools to
and we believed her.
When you say to do this case, what did you understand this case to entail, or that it would entail, given that spectrum?
This was a case that normally we would offer $7,500 for, right? And that's a double since we got here. When I saw the case was going much longer than I thought it would go because of the complexity of the case, we doubled it and promised to find more sources. The GPDC has been responsible and responsive to Ms. Williams.
Okay.
And eventually we increased the contract again.
Okay.
At this point, we're no longer able to. Whether she stays on the case or not, it's the judge's responsibility. I can't take that. But what's of utmost importance that we're not paying attention to here is Mr. Ryan. At the end of the day, how can we make sure that he's protected? How can we make sure that every 6 months we don't have another stunt or scheme to get more money from the taxpayers?
She trying to say it's a stunt or a scheme, long as they don't have a, you know, they don't need this shit happening every 6 months. And she pretty much putting the ball in the judge court, saying that the only how they gonna take this, you know what I'm saying, let her get out of this if the judge say so. Now that don't mean they probably won't still try to sue her and, you know, put her in breach of a contract, you know. So, I don't know. They're probably gonna make her pay that money back. If she could just pay the money back, that's one thing. Either way it goes, it's a sticky situation because it's gonna put her in the hole.
We cannot continue to play this game. This is a game.
Bless you. What about paying her a fair hourly rate for her representation?
We had a contract. If she's no longer able to do the contract, we will respect the judge's decision.
Okay.
What's fair, not fair, what Ms. Williams needs to fund her lifestyle, what she needs to do later on with her lifestyle, I don't know. Okay. All I know is that we gave her a contract, we doubled it, we found more money. She asked us for what we at that time we thought was a little bit out of range. 200 and something thousand she demanded. That's a shakedown of taxpayers. We can't do that. But what's important is what's in the interest of Mr. Ryan and to make sure that he's not lost in the balance of this game.
So what have you done to try, I think you mentioned you promised to search for funds and outside, I don't want to misquote you, something about you were going to look for other funds? So you doubled the amount and said that you would continue seeking?
We will seek more funding sources to pay, and we did, and that's how we got up to $55,000.
Okay, what were those funding sources?
It's from our budget.
Okay, how about reaching out to, you know, some other agencies?
Some other agencies?
Yes.
Woman, what the fuck is you talking about? I think she done had a brain fart right now. She was doing good. But, woman, wake your ass up. Talking about reaching out to some other agency. The fuck you talking about?
Your duties as director are outlined in OCGA 1712.5, correct?
We have a lot of consideration. We have a lot of other people to consider.
You right about that. You can't say you're selling a steak dinner for $25 and change it to $80 once you've eaten it. You right. You right. Old girl kind of fucked up by taking the contract. She did fuck up, but at the same time, you know, she got to get out of there the right way. I don't think they can just, you know, I don't think they could just magically, you know, make her get out of it. She accepted it. I don't know what the influence of why she accepted it, or was it through a third party that was given to her? I don't know, but man. What's good, Lovelace?
So we have to balance it.
Okay.
And so we're not going to pay Miss Williams more than $55,000 a year as long as she's in this case. At this point, we've paid her about $60,000.
See, because telling somebody that you'll pay them $55,000 a year as long as you own that case, that wouldn't be bad if you was just doing a little small murder case and it took, you know, and you ain't really, you know, it pretty much got up all your evidence and the murder case might have took a little while, but it ain't taking up all your time and you could do it on the side. It might not be a bad thing if the murder, the actual trial of it didn't take nothing but 2 weeks. But damn, you tied up for a year?
Okay. For this case. That's all we're going to do. We have other consideration. It's a balancing action for me. Ms. Williams is not the only lawyer we have to pay. And so to help you with your questioning, we're going to abide by the contract. If she's no longer wants to be on this contract, then that's for the judge to decide. What we do to manage the budget is not a subject for this hearing.
Have you gone to the county, like Fulton County, to see if they would help supplement or provide any additional funding?
Actually, you know what we did, and they did not. And so we found the money from the state.
Okay, when did that occur?
That must be sometime last year.
Okay, and I don't have a good way to, how did you go about doing that, or who did you contact? How did you go about seeking additional funding?
That's a good question. So I wrote letters, several letters to the county manager, I believe to the county manager, to the deputy county manager. We went to Fulton County Court. We went to the Superior Court. We did everything to get support, to get money. Eventually, we found it in our budget to pay out that $55,000.
Okay.
So we did all of that.
So you went everywhere in the county and they just said, no, we won't provide additional money?
They did not provide the funding that we asked for.
Okay. Aren't they providing their own funding now to attorneys where your office has not appointed them in a timely fashion?
What the fuck is so funny? So the people that you don't assign in a timely fashion, they go ahead and fund them. Wow.
You say we have not appointed them in a timely fashion?
Yeah.
So let me correct you, because obviously Fulton County had their own program where they were using their ARPA funds. and they said they would be able to help with their cases. And we sent them a lot of cases, and when they could not find attorneys for those cases, we took them back. We provide attorneys in a timely fashion. If you're referring to the Superior Court program, we gave them those cases because they had ARPA money that they wanted to use to fund their own backlog. Eventually, they could not find attorneys for those cases, and then we took them back. So we provide attorneys in a timely fashion. Maybe you're referring to another agency.
Okay, so there weren't people sitting in jail for months and months and months, or years even, without attorneys to represent them? Is that what you're saying?
I have no idea what you're talking about. We provide attorneys. As soon as we know them, some of these individuals that you're talking about, some of them did not ask for public defenders, but once they ask for us, we will provide attorneys for them. And I think that's totally out of the scope of your questioning.
So where, as in this case, you could find an attorney for someone, Mr. Williams, did you ask the county to assist in paying her?
Objection asked and answered. Question.
I just told you, yes, we did.
You made that specific request for Mr. Williams?
No, we made a request to support, at that time, to support the 4 or 5 attorneys that were still on this case. And at that time, we made that request. Today, we've been able to find the funding to pay her what we're paying her.
Okay.
And Mr. Bassi, if this will help you, the agency will abide by this contract, and that's all we're able to do.
Okay. So when she comes to you and says, I have a conflict, how are we going to address this? How are you going to address this?
Objection calls for speculation. I'll overrule it because this is the hardest part of the question. So. The conflict, so I'm going to overrule it.
If the conflict means that she wants to breach her contract after what we're paying, then that's what I think the court has to address. I cannot address personal conflicts. I cannot.
So you can.
Hey, one thing about it, she know who paying her that $160 a year. For $160 a year, I don't give a fuck what you got going on. You ain't about to fuck up my 160. I ain't lying. Hey, it's a cruel world out here. You think this lady got her some nice earrings in, her nice scarf, all that shit like that. She ain't about to mess up her 160 a year. Sorry for you, young lady. Now, I'm all for the young lady getting paid her fair wages, but you signed that contract. You signed that contract. I don't know what kind of pressure you was under to sign that contract, but you signed that contract. And this woman here is a company woman. Her master paid her real good money to tell you to kiss they ass. And she telling you with a nice Nigerian accent. No telling what kind of property they took her out of. Gave her bag. And straight from the state of Georgia, she is there to tell you to kiss the state of Georgia ass. They don't give a damn. You signed that contract. We wish you would breach that contract. You'll never work in this city again. They got the young girl by the hair. They got you by those braids, girl. Yeah, if I got my money was a person, I got my money. You should have did what I did was a person. Man, girl, look like you stuck with this job. Hell yeah, Georgia done helped her buy 2,500 acres in Nigeria. Shit. You know she don't give a damn about no American nigga. Like, girl, you American nigga over there, you were dumb enough to sign that contract? Shit. We just experiencing a nigga moment. The public defender, she signed the contract for a RICO case. Maybe she didn't realize that it really was gonna take that long, and that she wasn't gonna get paid but $100,000 for the year, or $50,000 for the year, $55,000 for the year, monthly. And then after the $55,000 hit, because she getting paid $5,000 a month. So after 10 months, she ain't getting paid no more money. So she need this trial to be over in 10 months flat. She got me working for free. $55,000. And she got, boy. She ain't the public defender for a rapper. She the public defender for that young man that's in a RICO case for a rapper. That's the thing about it. She the public defender for the young man with the spiky hair. He already done got convicted of a murder. He ain't getting out no way, shape, or form. They talking about this somebody's child. Y'all don't give a damn about that somebody's child. Y'all just gave that nigga an elbow. They just gave that man an elbow and talking about now they want to get up into my. This is somebody's child. Somebody's child that's about to do the rest of their life in prison. You got this woman defending a dude that's about to spend the rest of his life already been convicted. They got a bed waiting for him and everything. They just waiting for this trial to be over. That hell that he got spiking up, they gonna chop that shit off. Yeah, he just been sitting in the county, beating on walls and all that shit. It ain't even sunk into him yet how much time he about to do. He ain't even sunk in his head yet. He ain't even went to prison yet. He been in the county all this time. This woman got to sit here and defend that shit. Oh no. And old girl like, I don't give a damn. You signed the contract.
Cannot cure that conflict and ask the county again or look somewhere else for more money. You can't do that.
The contract that we have with Ms. Williams is what we will abide with.
So that's a no.
However you want to take that, she say the contract we have with Ms. Williams is what we would abide with. You could take that as a yes, no, whatever the fuck. We ain't paying that bitch shit. Hey, that's why I love court. Y'all be thinking I'm on one person's side, and then I get to switch to the other goddamn side. I try to look at it from both sides and look at the ruler. You know what I'm saying? It's always fun.
If that's what you say.
Okay. I know you've not spoken with him, but you think it's in your best interest, or his best interest, for Mr. Williams to withdraw?
If she wants to withdraw.
Okay.
Yes.
How about if she doesn't want to withdraw, she wants the conflict resolved?
Not the way I don't even know what her conflict is. I have no idea what the conflict is.
No idea. When she sends this letter, I can't continue representing him because I can't pay my bills and this amount of money. You've got no idea what that conflict could possibly be.
And the money we're providing for her is all we can provide.
Okay.
If Ms. Williams cannot live within the budget that the contract that we have provided, then the court has to decide whether she should be removed from the case, not whether we should go find her another $200,000 for this case.
Okay.
We're just not going to do that.
So I'm sorry if I already asked.
So we're just not gonna do that. Yeah, we ain't gonna go find you another 200, girl. Cause maybe she was asking for 250.
This. You believe Mr. Williams is currently being fairly compensated, is that right?
Objection asked and answered. I stand.
I think I've answered you.
Okay.
The question.
All right. So kind of in totality, we've not really come up with a plan to cure Mr. Williams' conflict. What I'm hearing you say, correct me if I'm wrong, is kind of, this is what she agreed to, this is what we're sticking with. Kind of she made her bed, she can lie in it. Is that about right?
This is the contract that she signed. This was the funding that the state put towards that contract. This is the decision for the court to decide whether she's going to be let out of the case. And at the end of the day, our responsibility is to make sure that Mr. Ryan's interest is being protected.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have a question, Ms. Ali.
Yes, sir.
How is Mr. Ryan's interest protected if she withdraws?
We will find another attorney for him, sir.
Do you think that that wouldn't create a Sixth Amendment ineffective assistance of counsel issue?
I don't believe so, sir. We have looked at the files and everything that's been done in this case. We believe we can find him another attorney.
So do you know whether or not Mr. Ryan has actually acquiesced in allowing Ms. Williams to withdraw?
Well, Your Honor, the issue...
It's required as part of the rules. Have you all inquired into that?
The issue here is how much the state and this agency can pay Ms. Williams. And Ms. Williams, like according to her last demand, was $211,000. If we cannot afford it, then it becomes a different issue.
Okay, well, your contract aside, okay, and I'm certainly not trying to interfere with that. But if Ms. Williams withdraws and you say you're in a position to appoint another lawyer, you're going to pay that lawyer, right?
The same amount of money, sir.
$55,000?
Yes, sir.
So how come you couldn't just renegotiate with her and go ahead and extend that particular issue, just extend this contract?
We will continue to pay her the same.
That would make sense because, okay, if she quit on y'all motherfucking ass, you got to rehire a lawyer. Now, she would be on the legal end having to pay that money back. But you ain't going to get that money back for probably another year because you got to wait for that shit to get in court and you got to wait for all that process. You going to lose way more money by repaying a whole new lawyer, going through all those resources. Got to worry about all that bullshit. When another 50 bands might, you know what I'm saying, clean your situation up. That's pretty much what the judge telling her right now. If she quit right now, you got a whole new problem on your hands. Yeah, you gonna get another lawyer, but now that everybody done seen that you make $160,000, yeah, I don't think nobody else gonna jump on no damn contract for no for no year RICO trial of a nigga that's already, you know, convicted, and they gonna just tie up a year of their time for $55,000 damn dollars. I doubt it. Nah, it ain't her money, but shit. If she Haitian, nigga, she taking care of a whole village down there in Haiti. You know, I don't know if she Haitian or African or whatever she is. But she ain't fucking with y'all niggas regardless. Y'all ain't her people.
$55,000. We're committed to that. We're paying $55,000 a year. By the end of this year, it will be $110,000 that we would have paid her. We're committed to that.
Okay, so let me see if I understand it correctly. So you pay her $5,000 a month, so she'll get paid $5,000 a month through the end of this year?
Not after 10 months. It stops at 10 months.
Once it's capped at 55, gets to the anniversary of her engagement with us, we start it all over again.
Okay, when's she gonna run out of, when she basically, is the 55,000 gonna be exhausted?
I am not sure. I believe we paid her right there about 60,000.
We don't have a cap on the contract. It's a yearly cap of 55,000, but if it goes on for 5 years, we would continue paying 55,000 a year.
Is there any delay in payment in terms of, like, for example, if I exhaust the 55,000, would I go for several months without pay until my new contract kicks in or the anniversary date kicks in? How does that work?
I believe.
Exactly. Now, these are good questions, Judge.
I believe it would be 1 month without the 5,000 because it's 55,000 for the year, so I think it's 11 months of $5,000 payments. The payments have pretty much been every month except for at the beginning because of the way that we spread out. We paid the 15,000 that she got and was deducted from the way that the contract works. So I believe that there's 1 month that she wouldn't be paid and then it starts over again.
Okay.
So up front, they gave her probably 15 is what they're saying, and they skipped a month. Oh man, yeah, this is fucked up.
I'm sorry I hijacked you.
That's okay. You're familiar with the contract. As you said, it renews yearly, annually?
She just explained the contract.
Okay.
That's the contract she just explained to you.
If I show you a copy of that contract, can you show to me where it says it's going to renew?
I believe she has it, and it's explained with examples of how we pay. It's going to renew.
Okay, but this contract we're relying on says 5,000, this is starting last year, April, and every other month thereafter until the cap of $55,000 is reached or the trial ends, right?
Yeah, and if the trial doesn't end, then we start it all over again.
There's nothing in here, though, about it starting over.
Okay, yes. So it renews, and we know it's in there. And if that helps Ms. Williams to stay on the case, fine. If that doesn't, agency is not willing to not abide by the contract.
Can I see the contract?
Yes, Your Honor, absolutely.
Is the or disjunctive in the sense of, since if the trial's not over, she's still going to get paid, Ms. Hawley?
As long as this trial is going, we will continue to pay her.
And Your Honor, in addition to this contract, we did have a policy that was passed by the council that indicates that there's a $55,000 a year cap in cases that last that long. And so I believe that that policy would be read in conjunction with this contract as well.
All right, can we get a copy of this as part of the record, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and what was the policy? You said, Ms. Glazier, there's a policy, because this paragraph, compensation for services, in pertinent part you all just referenced, says that she's paid $5,000 April and every month thereafter until the cap of 55 is reached or the trial ends. So.
Man, I think she might be strategically doing something real smart. Now watch one of these rappers gonna go throw her a band or something. Somebody gonna go throw her a bag, watch. To defend old boy. Bootsy, where you at, nigga? You always wanna jump in on some shit. Why don't you hit old girl with a 50 pack? Somebody gonna want some publicity and hit old girl with a pack. Watch.
Yes, Your Honor, we could look and provide for the court the copy of our policy with the council that was passed just in light of this particular case, as well as any emails that might support. I think the intent of the contract is that it was a yearly cap of $55,000. Whether or not that's clear in the contract or not, that is.
Yes, it's or would indicate to me that the court just on construction would be that is that you get $55,000 until the cap is reached or the trial ends. So it doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to get renewed. It just says that you're capped at $55,000.
And Your Honor, if that is the principal problem with Ms. Williams staying on the case, we can put that in writing that was not the intent, was for her to not be paid for the next year.
I mean, because that's the whole issue. She's thinking, okay, well, I'm done. I'm not going to get paid any more money. If it was you all's intent to start the contract over again, I think that's, that would be certainly something that's material. But I'll let you all talk about that if you like.
I am just about done.
Okay.
So when Mr. Williams sent her, whatever you want to call it, request for more money back on February 5th, 2024, why didn't you just tell her we're extending your contract?
We're not extending it. We're abiding by the contract. The contract will renew at the appropriate time when we get to a year. So that contract is going to renew. We're not extending the contract. The contract is dependent on how long this case goes.
Okay,
so we can't extend
let me interrupt for a second, but if you look at paragraph 3, I'm going to hand it to you. And just from a contract.
You know who that is, and that's Thug. Thug taking a nap, man. He like, man, this shit ain't got nothing to do with me.
Actual plain meaning of the contract. That's where I think you all have the challenge, because it doesn't say it renews, and it doesn't indicate. You all have imputed some other understanding in there that maybe Mr. Williams didn't know about, or you all didn't kind of make clear in the contract. Yeah, that's what I'm hearing.
And that could be an issue, Your Honor, as far as the actual contract. When this contract was written, it was in the time surrounding where we had the policy by the council and a lot of emails going back and forth between all parties. And so our understanding was that Mr. Williams understood that this was a $55,000 per year cap. If that is the basis of this motion, then maybe we can clear that up. But our understanding was that it would renew. It was a $55,000 per year cap.
All right. Mr. Beasley, do you want to take a minute and talk with your client and see if that's the issue, or I'm up to you.
I can, Judge. I have just one remaining question. So when she emailed you on February 12th saying, I have a few questions, is GPD's position that $55,000 is enough money for this uniquely situated trial, or is GPD saying they don't have more money or won't look for more money? Why didn't someone just write back and say your contract is renewed?
Because at this time, the last time Ms. Williams said, I don't know what to do with Ms. Williams, to tell you the truth. The last time she said, I really don't want to withdraw, she sent a text that became viral. I'm just telling her, I'm just looking for a way to get more money. Unless something goes to court, I don't know that I want to engage with Ms. Williams, because I don't know when it is a lie and when it's not.
Okay.
Yeah.
The text that became viral, how did it become viral?
I have no idea, but have you seen?
Oh, what they're talking about, y'all. Because when she found out what she was getting paid, that's the girl that said she was going to have to start doing OnlyFans. And that went viral, y'all. The girl that said she was going to have to start doing OnlyFans because she ain't getting paid shit in court. This shit finally done came to a head.
Seen it?
I have.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, did she write it?
Well, I don't know. I've just seen the one conveyed by Miss Gina Bernard, who worked for your agency.
Okay, well, did she write the text? I don't know who whether Miss Gina Bernard sent it, and I think you need to be careful with that because we don't know how it became viral. But it was written by Miss Williams and saying, "Don't help me to get a withdrawal. I really don't want to withdraw. I just want to get more money." And so I'm getting another email from her. Is it the truth or is it something different? But the crux of this is not the text or what she wrote. The question is, did she understand that the contract renewed? She did because they had a conversation about it. Does she still want to stay on the case? It's up to the court. If the court says she does not stay on the case, what does GPDC do to make sure that Mr. Ryan, who in the past had asked for her,
she's saying she was talking to, I guess she was talking to, this girl right here was talking to that other lady, the one that's getting the 140 or whatever, when they was texting back and forth. And she was just trying to get more money. She was like, hey, I don't really want to get off the case. Because she's probably done so much work on the case. She's probably, built the relationship with the young man, not like, in a weird way. But I mean, like, got to know him or whatever, and probably know about the case and really want to represent him, want the experience, but just don't want to be in a financial bind behind the shit because of how the shit stretches out. And, she probably signed all that shit with knowing that there was a couple of errors, but, things were going to get fixed. And she's probably coming up to about the 11th month of when this trial started, because remember, she's probably been getting a check for this trial since the indictment. So now she's getting to the point of, nigga, when they get around to that 11th month and she ain't getting paid for a month, and then she gotta wait for the shit to renew and then go through that shit all over again. We just realized that the trial just started. But the trial started for her as soon as they appointed her as the public defender. So she started on it right after the indictment. That $15,000, that shit been gone. A little $5,000 a month, yeah. That shit starting to catch up now. It sounded good at first. Coming straight out of college thinking like, oh, I got a big trial. Next thing you know.
has to be removed. Can we get another attorney for him? We will. Have we looked at the record to see what she's done? We have.
Okay. When you said she understood it because they had a conversation about it, who's they?
With Miss Glazier and an attorney that we had at that time. There was a conversation, and if Miss Williams, if she can stay on the case because she knows that it renews, then we welcome her to. If she's asking for money beyond the $55,000, we are not going to be able to entertain that.
Okay. If I may speak with Mr. Williams.
She said we will not be able to entertain that. We ain't trying to hear that shit. They ain't even trying to entertain it. Get the fuck on. That's what they pretty much saying.
Williams for a moment, Your Honor.
Okay, all right.
Oh man, it's all about that body language. She like, man, I don't give a fuck, man. Fuck that shit. You got me fucked up. That's how they show the shows a couple times. She gotta make a decision right now. You gonna do this shit or not? Cause you gonna have to get that money back. Everything they done paid you, you're gonna have to pay that shit back. The $15,000 plus 5,000 a month, you gotta pay all that back.
Mr. Williams would be all right with the... Your Honor, Mr. Williams would be all right with the contract renewing if GPDC is committing to it renewing.
I don't know what happened to the sound, y'all. That ain't my doing. I don't know what the fuck just happened. Damn, that's crazy. Damn, what the hell just happened?
And there, Mr. Williams is obviously the only attorney who is the only attorney. Everyone else has 2, if not 3 attorneys. They've got more than 2 decades of experience. I don't know, but I assume Mr. Williams is obviously.
Yeah, that was their shit.
And there, Mr. Williams is obviously the only attorney who is the only attorney. Everyone else has 2, if not 3 attorneys. They've got more than 2 decades of experience. I don't know, but I assume Mr. Williams is the only one taking home and washing her client's clothing. So we will be likely making an appeal to the GPDC that she would need a little bit extra help to continue representing Mr. Ryan.
Damn, she gotta take young dude clothes home to washing and shit. So instead, what they're gonna do is they're gonna say she need extra help. So now you're gonna have to pay somebody to come along. The same, you're gonna have to give another motherfucker 55,000 out there. Now she could probably take on it by herself, but now she gonna force y'all ass to help her out. She need an assistant. Give him 50, cough up another 55. You on Front Street now. Nah, I'm talking about, you talking about not, she washing his court clothes.
If they will not do that or will not turn to the county to do that, we will go from there. But she will accept the renewed $5,000 a month with the increase.
All right.
So they gave her an increase, and I was right. They see, she's at the ass end of her contract right now. Well, they probably just skipped that 12th month. So, you know, right now it's starting to hit her in the head. They gave her $15,000 up front, and then gave her $5,000 until the 55 ran out. And now here it is coming to the renewal part. And she like, nah, I can't do no shit with no 55. So they went out there and, you know, got another 55. So, you know what I'm saying? But now they about to renew that, and it's just going to be another 55,000 for this year that's coming up. But she was trying to get a little bit more, man, because shit's starting to get a little bit sticky. Either that or you got to hire an assistant. You got to take some of the workload off of that woman. But at the same time, they have been missing a lot of days, so she has been having time off. Like, y'all took a week off here. Y'all took a couple of days off here. Come on now. Stop trying to act like y'all been in that bitch every day for 12 hours. Y'all been coming to court for 3 hours here, 4 hours here. You ain't been working no 40-hour week. Now, I know you got to do some work at home, too. I know you done did a lot of footwork before you got in here. But the nigga you representing already convicted. This nigga, you ain't got to do too much talking or nothing to defend this nigga. I can defend this nigga at this point, because it don't matter if he lose or not. All you got to do is sit back, stay awoke, go wash that man clothes, and let Mr. Steele and Mr. Adams and all these other paid lawyers do all the work. and you know what I'm saying, you ain't got all just come up at the end and ask, did my client have anything to do with that? Let everybody say nope. And go sit your ass back down. No further questions. That's all you got to do. Your client already guilty. You literally getting a free $5,000. To kind of be honest now. At this point, now you might have worked hard at the beginning, but at this point, you really getting a little easy paycheck. Now we think about it, cause you ain't really got to defend that nigga. We ain't seen her doing no heavy work. She been coming up there. Hey, has my client is my client in any of that shit you just talked about? Nope. I rest my case. She always go sit down. All you got to do is stay awake. They been coming to court. Think about it, y'all. They missed 2 days out of this week. So you only had to work Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday this week. Last week, y'all worked Monday through Thursday, so you had Friday, Saturday, and Sunday off. And then the days that y'all did come in, you had to be there at 9:30. Y'all worked from 9:30 probably to 5:30. Those are regular hours. You did a regular 40. You know what I mean? You made about 1,500. About an average of 1,500. Somewhere a little bit under that. Maybe about 1,200. Now you ain't getting paid a whole bunch, but you ain't doing a whole bunch either. And now you gonna be known as the girl from the, YSL trial that started up an OnlyFans. Go on, start that OnlyFans page up. Everybody gonna know who you is now, cause you made yourself stand out. You ain't got to do nothing but go on your OnlyFans and just goddamn, and just, you ain't even got to say nothing. You go make an OnlyFans, they going to get your ass off this trial.
First, Ms. Glazer, do you have any questions, or do you want us to, or do you want me to pause for a second so you can go outside and talk with your director? Whatever you'd like to do, madam, is all right with the court.
Your Honor, I don't have any questions for Ms. Ali. As far as negotiating the contract, we're happy to provide the court with an updated version of the contract that makes clear what the original intent is. As far as negotiating further terms, I don't believe we're in a position to do that this morning.
And they may not necessarily be something I can take up at this point in time. It all depends on the facts and circumstances. But I tell you what, I'll let you all have a few minutes and see if you can work out something in terms of the base, I think, misunderstanding, and we'll see what we can. If you all say you've got an agreement, then that will, I can make a ruling on this. Okay?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. So I'm just going to be in recess about maybe 5-10 minutes, and then you all let me know. Okay?
Thank you.
All right. We're in recess.
All right, we ought to know what he gonna say when he get out, cause he acting all concerned and everybody acting all concerned, but we ought to know what's about to happen. That motherfucker gonna say, "Well, hey, you asked out of luck. You about to re-sign that contract, because if you don't, you will never work in this city again, and you will have to repay all that money that you that they already done paid you. So if you ain't just saved up all that money, which we know you haven't, you had to pay your bills, you kind of stuck, or you facing a breach of contract, or you got to breach a contract. You don't want to breach a contract. Nah. You don't want to be seen as the lawyer that left somebody's son out there, without a lawyer, because of a money dispute that you signed the contract of. Because on paper, it's going to look better than what it actually is. You ain't going to get to explain to no law firm that you left a client hanging because you signed the contract to take a case, and then you realize that the case was too long and you bailed on it. You ain't going to get to explain your point. to no professional law firm. That ain't gonna work. So I mean, she stuck with it. I'll give her an E for effort because she definitely tried to get a little bit more. She tried it. You know, you never know unless you try. And so old girl, you know, the Haitian woman, she like, shit, you know, I ain't getting a shit. We got her what we got her. We got her extra 55. We can't get her no more. She either gotta take it or leave it, but it's gonna be a breach of contract. So old girl right now, she gonna have to find out a way where it could be a conflict of interest.
If I say something, which is in, and I'm going to ask immediately.
Confer, and if some decisions been made, I'll entertain those at this point in time.
Yes, Your Honor. And I'm going to ask immediately stop me if I say something which is incorrect. The adjustment to the contract, new contract, whatever you would like, the terms of payment will be $5,000 a month through the duration of the trial. Now, if this trial ends in a mistrial and you're going to schedule another one, at the end of this trial, Mr. Williams will be withdrawing. So if there's going to be a whole nother one, new attorney, that's on them. But for the duration of this trial will be $5,000 a month. Did I get that right?
Yes, Your Honor. We still, would want her to formally go through the process of withdrawing as an attorney would. We are just telling her that, typically our expectation with any private attorney is that they stay with the case throughout the duration of the case, regardless of if there's a mistrial, that they would stay on. We understand in her particular circumstances, we're not going to object or have any issue with her withdrawing once this trial is completed, if that's what she wants to do and her client's okay with that.
Yeah, of course, there's some other variables that need to be addressed, so we can cross that bridge when if we get to it.
And go ahead. There was one other thing that Ms. Glazer and I were discussing that we've given you what we agree upon today.
Okay.
One thing I'm still discussing is, as in the statute, the GPDC can come to the county and ask for additional money. That for perhaps some of the parts of the trial where it would be extremely beneficial for Mr. Williams to have another attorney with her, if the GPDC at that point would be willing to ask the county to step in. And it would be up to you all. You said, no, yes, no, that's up to you guys, but they would ask for that. And we've not been able to agree upon whether they would be willing to make that we will request portion of the agreement.
Yeah, I mean, we can certainly.
Yeah, because she can't afford to miss a day. If she miss a day, the whole trial gone. I mean, the whole trial got to stay out. So yeah, you need an assistant.
Look at that. That's, of course, through Superior Court Administration, and it's not in the realm of a reality for an ask, because as you all pointed out, Mr. Williams is the only attorney on representing Mr. Ryan, and that poses some challenges in and of itself. And this case has gone on a while, and it's not a marathon. It's not a sprint, it's a marathon. So yeah, so you do need to I could see some situations where it would be helpful for her to have some support.
Okay.
So if that's something you all wish to explore, we certainly.
Look at her down here. She like, nope. She already saying no. She don't give a damn what he talking about. Yeah, she an asshole. Look at her. She don't even want to get her no help. She acting like that's her money.
Support. Okay. So if that's something you all wish to explore, we certainly, from the Superior Court side of the administration, we'll certainly see what we can do to facilitate that.
Yes, Your Honor.
And I will tell you, Your Honor, that
man, we ain't getting that bitch shit. That ain't in our budget. Don't even tell them no shit like that. Nope. White Zaddy said no. And I'm here to tell y'all that nigga, it ain't my money, but I ain't cutting into my 160. My 168, excuse me. She ain't trying to cut into that 168 at all. At all. Not nothing. Y'all might try to get that other 55 out of my 168. No, sir. Nah. You ain't getting nothing out of that 168. That other 55 got to come from somewhere. And it ain't coming from her 168. Or from her homegirl 140.
We were just saying we're not committing to anything as far as that wasn't something that we had resolved necessarily. We are going to have a separate conversation with Mr. Williams after court as far as what support we can potentially provide outside of what we're agreeing to today.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah,
they ain't about to spend no more money on a nigga that's already convicted. He just here for the decoration, pretty much. This is taxpayer money, y'all. You trying to get us, the taxpayer, to pay for this little nigga to go commit crimes and all that shit, and he already convicted. Man, please. Like I say, they should have just got like my cousin Vinny, or they could have gave this nigga a jailhouse lawyer. That's what they need to start doing. I'm for real. Like niggas that done went to prison and shit, like fed prison, and they done got their law degree. You know, they really wasn't showing no respect in a regular court. But this would be the perfect time where they could use those niggas to work pro bono cases. Yeah, it's pretty much a waste of the state money. The nigga already convicted of a murder. He already going to prison. He already got a life sentence. They just put him in the RICO case because they thought him for decoration. The young man with the spiky hair. You remember the young man that's in there with the spiky hair? Let me see if they're paying the camera to him.
Just something.
The young man that's over there with the spiky hair, and he being represented by the girl with the little, micro braids. That young man there already cooked. You can stick the fork in him, he done. He will never see daylight again in the free world. Unless they change the laws. Or unless he goddamn get some kind of appeal. But he won't even see that for another 20 years. Yeah, just put 200 on that nigga books, call it a day. You'll save the state of Georgia a lot of money. They wasting the state of Georgia money just bringing that nigga over to the courthouse every day. They been done with his story. They ain't talking about that, man. He ain't, man, that they said they went over his story in the opening statement. He was just a little nigga hollering he was with YSL. They used a female to set up another nigga that they was mad at. You know, they felt they was on some op shit. They was on some NBA young boy shit. They went and shot up the car, killed the young man. Probably really ain't really mean to. They were just, you know, all probably on them Xanax and drugged up. Probably ain't even a bad kid. But he done already fucked up. Probably ain't a bad kid at all. But it's a wrap for that kid.
An additional thing we are discussing. We have put on the record what is agreed upon.
So what you have agreed upon, just to make sure I understand, is that you will reform the contract to reflect your understanding that it's $55,000.
We're actually going to pay an additional we're going to have it be where it's $5,000 a month regardless. So it'll actually be, I think, at $60,000 instead cap, just so that there's no disruption of payment. We want to make sure that she continues to be paid. So we are going to reform the contract to make it clear what the original intention was, but to make sure she is paid that $5,000 every month.
And then there's a renewal, and you include the renewal provision that.
It will be through the duration of the trial.
Yes.
Okay, all right. So that you'll make it clear.
Yes.
As to the understanding of both parties.
And when that contract is agreed and reached, we will provide it to the court and ask that it be made an exhibit, part of the court's exhibits.
All right. Okay. Well, in terms of if you all have come to an agreement, then I will certainly, at this point in time, I'll deny the motion to withdraw. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Ms. Glazer and Ms. Abbasi, can you all have me a suitable order? I'd say by next Friday. Y'all think you could do that for me?
I think so.
All right. Okay. All right. Then unless there's any other business, we'll be in recess. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. All right.
So, let's see what else they had after recess. I think they, yeah, that was it for the day. That was it for the day. Now they also, let me see something. The other day, oh, hold on. Let's see what kind of they had something in court yesterday where they were playing the they're playing the recordings. Oh, hold on. Is the Fani trial back on?
You cannot recall whether there were any other communications that weren't privileged?
Hold on. Did Fani Daddy come back up there?
No. I'll be specific, and I understand there's probably going to be objections, but I want the record to reflect. Did you have a conversation with Mr. Wade prior to November 1st of 2021 about Mr. Wade dating Miss Willis?
No, this must be from yesterday.
An objection is sustained for the record. Excuse me, Mr. Evans.
Say that again.
You don't have to answer the question, Mr. Brown. The next question, Mr. Stay
Well, I understand it's been objected to and the court has sustained the objection. Can you tell us the circumstances in which, that is, under which Mr. Wade may have told you about dating? What I want to do is try to figure out if we can, you tell me if you want me, if I can do this. I'd like to know how the communications themselves took place, where they took place, how they took place, under what circumstance, whether he was at the time providing advice or seeking advice. So those are the basics. If I can ask as to all those, but if the court's going to sustain the objection to those, then I don't want to waste your time.
And that's something I'll cover in camera. So I'll note the question and the your question for the record, and I'll sustain the privilege objection to that.
Okay. All of this prior to November 1st, 2021. Okay?
Is it Trump showed up at the hearing?
I'm going to show you 2 text messages.
I wouldn't put it past him. I'm trying, hold on, let me see something.
At her house, cursing and yelling and calling her the B word and the N word and just, I mean, it was bizarre, okay? I mean, it just...
Pause, sir. Mr. Abadi. Here's the objection to you.
I would say it.
For political reasons, I could not stay in South Africa, and I was forced, in a sense, to come back to the United States.
Okay, so they just got a different camera angle. That's all that is. That's what we watched earlier. And it looked like, I don't know if they brought this dude back in or they're just showing a replay. But they just playing a replay from yesterday. But pretty much he was the he used to work with old boy Mr. Wade, and he was his partner. So he was his business partner. So we already seen that. All right, let me go and let's listen to this.
Sis guy, he a visionary.
And looking at the tweet that says OTF gang, when you were asked if that was if you knew this was a record label, you responded among other things. Do you recall that?
I do.
Why did you respond in that way?
They've also been investigated for potential violations of the Street Gang Act.
I could have been part of that.
Oh shit. OTF. They're starting to talk about OTF and this shit.
Atlanta police said the victim, whose real name was not released, was shot in the leg after an argument between a group of people near the restaurant, and he rushed to Atlanta Medical Center for treatment. A motion to dismiss charges filed on October 17th said the facts of this case have been reviewed, and although probable cause existed for the defendant's arrest, the decision at this time is not to prosecute. The DA's office cited prosecutorial discretion as the cause for dismissal.
I love Thug. He told me not to tell nobody. That's the same thing he said. That's how you know he won't snitch. That's how you know he won't snitch on each other.
And also in that line of question, not on this exhibit, but on another exhibit, Mr. Still asked you about Pee Wee Longway. Do you recall that?
I do.
And he asked you if he was an artist or if Mr. Williams had worked with that individual as an artist. Do you remember that?
Oh shit. They start bringing up Pee Wee Longway. Vlad tried to get Pee Wee Longway in that goddamn in that trick bag. Yeah, Vlad tried to get Pee Wee Longway in that trick bag, and that's why.
I do.
And you also said along with Pee Wee Longway that he was an artist among other things. Do you remember that?
I do.
Why did you say that?
He's also been identified as a gang member.
Okay.
Assume there's a Crip thing going on. Blue seems to be very
It's
prominent.
a nice color, my boy. Yeah.
No cripping going on.
No, nothing.
He said they've been investigated for potential violations of the Street Gang Act, which means quote unquote cat to operate like somebody who got some goddamn sense.
Testified last week that you knew that some of the tweets that you testified to on direct examination with the prosecution, you knew them to be lyrics from songs. Remember that?
No, I believe I testified that I believed some of them to be lyrics from songs, or that I didn't dispute your assertion that they were lyrics from songs.
Okay. And you said that the reason you did not mention that on direct examination is because you were not asked. Do you remember that?
I don't recall that, but no, I wouldn't have made statements that I wasn't asked.
Why wouldn't you correct and say this tweet may be or is from a song, even if not asked by the prosecution? Why wouldn't you tell the jurors?
Well, I can't answer things that aren't asked by the prosecution under direct examination.
On Mr. Williams' number 70, I did not ask you about that image. You brought that up and said there's something else I want to say.
Well, to your point, you brought this image up. I did not. The state did.
So, oh yeah. There's a lot going down in this case. What I was about to show, the videotape from yesterday, though. The audio that they released. Let me see if I can find it. You know what? I know where I can.
John Monroe.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that at all.
His local.
Hold on, y'all. I'm just trying to. I saw it yesterday, and I think I forgot to save it. I forgot to save it. But there's about a 15-minute,
John Monroe.
case.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that at all.
His local counsel, John Monroe.
I mean,
to my right.
15-minute.
Okay.
Richard Rice and Chris Anulowitz from Mr. Cheeley.
911 call.
Harry McDougall for Jeffrey Clark waives his attendance at the hearing.
I think we're now to Mr. Roman.
Yeah, here it is. Well, it should have been on it should have been yesterday that it happened. No. Damn, I hate when I see a video and I don't get to catch it when I should have caught it when I saw it. Alright. Well, we'll catch it later. It's cool, it's cool, it's cool. We'll get into that video on another time. I'm gonna go take a break. Man, y'all have a good day. We covered the Fani situation. We covered a little bit of YSL. I'm gonna go ahead and get me a break. I'll see y'all a little bit later, man. Y'all enjoy the YouTube streets. It's Wickmate 912, man. I'm out y'all area. Salute to our road pennies, Knowledge Power, Love Lace, 421 TV, Lovely Givens. Everybody else out there, man, that kicked it with me during this trial era. So y'all just check in a little bit later, and I'll see y'all then. I'm out.